never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
From Features Story News in Washington, I'm Kate Fisher. US Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump are virtually neck and neck across the 7 battleground states, with just 2 weeks left of campaigning before the 2024 presidential election, according to a new poll. A Washington Post Shah School poll of more than 5,000 registered voters taken during the first half of October found both Kamala Harris and Donald Trump with 47% support among those who said they will definitely or probably cast a ballot. Among likely voters, the vice president leads in Georgia, Michigan, Pennsylvania and Wisconsin, while Trump enjoys advantages in Arizona and North Carolina. They're tied with 48% support in Nevada. The survey has a margin of error of 1.7 percentage points. Sean Diddy Combs is facing 7 new lawsuits, including allegations that he raped a minor. The music mogul already faces criminal sex trafficking and racketeering charges in the US. He's denied the allegations, with his lawyers saying in court the truth will prevail. Sally Patterson reports from New York.
Sean Combs is accused of rape and sexual assault in New York, Los Angeles and Las Vegas. The plaintiffs are both men and women. One says she was 13 when she was allegedly raped at a music awards after party. Several of the allegations involve drugs and alcohol. In a statement, Combs' lawyers say he's never sexually assaulted anyone, adult or minor, man or woman. He's currently being held in a Brooklyn jail over separate criminal charges. Prosecutors accuse the rapper of creating a criminal enterprise. Combs has denied any criminal wrongdoing.
Death row inmate Robert Roberson will not testify in a hearing on Monday after a bipartisan group of Texas lawmakers took unprecedented measures to subpoena him to save him from execution last week. Many believe Roberson is innocent and that his conviction of shaking his 2-year-old daughter Nikki to death hinges on, quote, junk science. Tony Waterman reports from Texas.
Roberson was meant to testify via video, but officials said his autism and years of solitary confinement made him ill-suited for video conferencing. Among those who did testify was TV personality Dr. Phil McGraw, who said he was 100% convinced that Roberson was facing a miscarriage of justice, saying his conviction hinges on outdated science. There is evidence Nikki may have died from undiagnosed pneumonia. The unprecedented subpoena has now kicked off a legal battle that will push Roberson's execution back at least 3 months.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks, with more today on the burgeoning diplomatic crisis between India and Canada, following the killing of a Sikh cleric in British Columbia last year, and fresh allegations by Canada that India has been plotting to murder Sikh leaders on Canadian soil. The issue erupted anew last week when Canada expelled 6 diplomats, and India furiously denied any involvement in any kind of plot, demanding that the Canadian authorities provide evidence to support their allegations. Carla Ann Robbins is with America's Council on Foreign Relations.
We know that Russians go around murdering their opponents overseas. Certainly we know the famous case of Jamal Khashoggi from the Saudis. We really don't expect this from a sort of democracy like India. These diplomats are accused of being part of a broad criminal network to harass Canadian Sikhs. And they say they're tied to this murder in June of Sikh separatist leader Hardeep Singh Nijjar. So this has become a really, really high-profile face-off between the Indian and Canadian governments.
Meanwhile, the United States is backing Canada's claims and is urging India to cooperate fully with the investigation launched by America's northern neighbour. The row has plunged Prime Minister Justin Trudeau's relationship with Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi into the deep freeze and could soon have implications for the US-India relationship as well. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
Our main news again. US Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump are virtually neck and neck across the 7 battleground states. Music mogul Sean Diddy Combs is facing 7 new lawsuits. And death row inmate Robert Roberson will not testify after a bipartisan group of Texas lawmakers took unprecedented measures to subpoena him to save him from execution last week. And that's the latest feature story news. Kate Fisher reporting.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Under the dark night on the interstate, another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. I'm driving through the year, trying to make it right. My baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls. I'm 1,000 miles away from my old world.
All right, I do believe it is go time. Oh boy, here we go. We are back in the saddle again. Live. Yeah, we are live for the first time in, what's it been, 10 days? What a 10 days it was. We are back from the overnight drive cruise. Hopefully we'll get some full reports, updates. Folks that have listened for years and say, oh, I just listen, I never call in. Right? Met a bunch of those on the cruise. First things first, though, it is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Yes, indeed, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Closing out the greatest day of the week. Whatever you want to call it. It's been less than 24 hours. At this time, 24 hours ago, we were still in the air. Headed back to CVG International Airport. Got there about 1 o'clock in the morning. So I got back to the home 20 about 3 a.m. there, Monday morning. Only got a few hours sleep because all these things running through the mind. I got to get up, make some phone calls. Got to check the bank account, see how much damage we did over the last 10 days. Oh boy, talk about a shock. But had a great time. So I made some phone calls, checking up on many of our friends. Hey, did you make it home safely? All that I've heard is everyone has safely made it back to their home destinations. What do we have? So out of touch, I'll tell you what, in 24 hours, trying to get caught back up on what did we miss? It's 10 days of getting away from it all. So got to get back to reality, up to speed. So what are we, I guess today, 2 weeks from Election Day? Tuesday, yep, that's just around the corner. Guess we'll be turning back the clock here in a couple of weeks. Fall is upon us. And yes, I did see, I guess we had some weather issues here in the lower 48 while we were out of town. To look at it, maybe... I guess our friend Senior Heatwave might be able to give us an update from there in New Mexico, where I see apparently over the weekend incredible flooding occurring there. According to the update from AccuWeather, at least 2 have died, hundreds rescued. Roswell, New Mexico, according to state police there, as we start things off with a look at our travelers' weather around the country on a brand new day. According to state police, extreme rainfall brought severe flooding, stranding motorists, sweeping cars away. The New Mexico National Guard and other agencies rescuing at least 290, including 38 who were taken to hospitals, they confirmed this past day. No details regarding the confirmed fatalities, but over the past day, crews were still out there. Rescue efforts were still underway as of Sunday afternoon. The National Weather Service, I guess this was, Saturday night into Sunday maybe? Flash flood emergency is declared for Roswell and some of the nearby areas. Additionally, a flood watch was issued for a large portion of eastern New Mexico until early Monday. Yeah, more warnings may have been issued, but as I look at the weather at this hour, the rains have exited New Mexico. That same storm system is now kind of rolling through the central states with some showers and thunderstorms and portions of eastern Nebraska, northeastern Kansas. A lot of this moving into southwestern Iowa tonight. But meanwhile, the Weather Prediction Center said rainfall rates were at sometimes between 1.5 and 2 inches per hour. The severe weather diminished as it rolled east of the Roswell area, but one of the storm chasers, along with some of the other folks in the area, describing what they nearly 6 inches of rain that fell Saturday in Roswell, setting a record for any date dating back to 1901. According to the National Weather Service, it also broke the daily record set in 1983. They picked up 4 times the region's October monthly average rainfall in a matter of hours. The Spring River in the Cahoon area rose to dangerous levels, stranding several vehicles under bridges along the river. Water levels have since receded, but we're still high in downtown Roswell. Many motorists stranded when their vehicles got stuck in the floodwaters. According to the city of Roswell, some people had to wait rescue on top of their vehicles that were covered by water. Videos posted by the Chaves County Sheriff show him standing on top of a vehicle Sunday about the midnight hour, surrounded by floodwaters that swept his vehicle away along with several other stranded vehicles. The Guards Community Emergency Response Team performing swiftwater rope rescues, a skill that they were trained in as a result of the Ruidoso floods. Heavy rain led to severe flooding in Roswell after 5.78 inches of rainfall. Roswell Air Center, an airport near the city, was closed to all flights for Sunday on into Monday due to the storm. Flooding and debris, according to officials there. An assessment was done this past day to determine if flights were able to resume Monday afternoon. The ordeal also led to the closure of other city facilities like the Recreation and Aquatic Center, the Spring River Zoo, the Public Library, a local museum, the Convention Center. City officials were asking residents to stay off the streets as response efforts continued in some areas. There is a shelter available to Roswell residents who were affected by the flooding. Roadways in some areas shut down. They're advising do not drive through the flood waters. You don't know if the road is actually still there. Now, that same storm that triggered the flooding, and actually the first snowfall of the season in parts of the West over the past weekend, lifting northeastward across the central states here on into Tuesday and Wednesday. As it does, we could see some locally severe thunderstorms in store over parts of the Great Plains on into tonight. For the day ahead in the Midwest, the weather pattern set off a few thunderstorms with hail and strong wind there in parts of New Mexico and Colorado. Moisture will be kind of limited and short of the prime levels for severe weather you see like in April and May for that region of the country. But some of the stronger storms may still produce some high wind gusts, hail, brief downpours, and possibly a few short-lived tornadoes. As the storm itself continues to weaken while lifting northward here on Tuesday and Wednesday, that potential for severe weather will continue to decrease, but there still could be some brief gusty thunderstorms. We'll be looking at a zone later Tuesday afternoon and evening, stretching from Missouri into portions of Illinois, northward into Minnesota and Wisconsin. By Wednesday, a potential for a couple of stronger storms shifting eastward across the Great Lakes region. Sporadic showers and thunderstorms along and ahead of that strong cool front will mark an abrupt end to the summer-like warmth that had been in place for many days over the north-central states. Temperatures from now to Wednesday dropping between 20 and 30 degrees for daytime highs. In other words, 70s and 80s are going to be swapped with 40s and 50s, 60s from the portions of Michigan and Illinois down into portions of Indiana. Cooler air settles in further to the south over the plains. It's probably going to take till the latter part of the week for what has been some record-challenging highs we've seen in the 80s and near 90 in parts of Kansas, Oklahoma, and northern Texas. That's going to be swapped out with highs in the 60s and 70s. I did have as we were out there in the 90-degree heat in Aruba, Curacao, Bonaire, that we actually had our first freeze warnings of the season here in our region of the country. Outside the secret bunker, we kind of had a bit of a shock when we arrived this past morning. Of course, when we departed, the AC was still on. I hadn't really thought about temperatures dropping exponentially while we were gone. It was pretty chilly in the home bunkers, so yeah, we had to fire up the heat last evening to warm things back up. So what do we have going on? Give me a full update, folks. I got to get back up to speed here. Hello to Larry. Welcome back, Steve. Good afternoon. Hammer down. 59 degrees in Athens, New York tonight. I guess he's kicking off his week here. Round 1 to Schenectady. Marianne is on board. Shorty, there he is, I-95 southbound, Brunswick, Georgia. 68 degrees at this hour. It's Orlando turnaround number 1. How was the group cruise, he asks. They all said and done, we had a wonderful time. Good times, got to meet some of our first-time cruisers. Hello to Kevin, Morning Steve, and the overnight crew. Welcome back. Hope it was a great cruise. Good morning, Steve, and the best informed audience. Obviously, that is the Dipsy driver. Cool, calm, and clear, just like Steve Summers here in mid-Michigan. Hope you and all your friends and family had a great time. It's great to have you back on the air. Thank you very much. Big Ed. It was good to spend some time with Big Ed there. He said, I'm with you. Slept all day, so I'll be listening in for a bit. All right, we're looking for a full update from you as well, Big Ed. I know I spoke to him. I said, how did we do on our picks? We got to do our pick 6 for the week of October the 12th. Of course, while we were on the cruise, there were some upsets over the past 2 weekends, right? He had picked Ohio State over Oregon. That was one. Oregon pulled it off. Oregon over Ohio State. I think he went 3 for 3. 3 for 6. So, three wins, 3 losses. So another 50-50 split for that weekend of October 12th. And I'm not even sure who he had picked to win over the past weekend here. Hello, Russell. Good morning, Steve. Everybody in the Secret Bunker 55, Dayton, Ohio. Glad to see you're all back safely. So it's back to the old grind. Truckers, be careful, be safe out there, and may God bless you safely to your destinations. We appreciate what you all do. Steve, I started 100 hours again. Now I can listen into the whole show. Keeping everybody in my prayers. We're sick and afflicted. Those who need prayers, praying for North Carolina and Tennessee. Yes, still. Also, I loved Tennessee beating up on Alabama. How about that? Yeah, that's 2 losses for Alabama now. Uh-oh. Sorry, Brother Rambler, he says. Everybody have a good night and watch your surroundings. All right, ready for some predictions? There is Big Ed. Week 7. I was 4 wins, 2 losses. Okay, so for the year, I now stand at 30 wins, 14 losses. Not too shabby. All right. Billy, good morning, Steve, and all the late-night listeners. Thornville, Ohio, checking in. Everybody have a safe night. We'll get to some of our other friends here. And, of course, as always, bring us up to speed at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration
lubricants.
The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, hello to Gilligan. Yeah, we're back. Good morning, Steve. Fellow listeners, welcome back. We missed you. It's kind of boring without you on the air out here. Driving in the moonlight at the Speedway, Martinsville, Virginia. All righty, everybody keep a shiny side up. Good morning from the Ice Cream Man, checking in from the Loves, Dyersburg, Tennessee. It's a nice 54 degrees here. My 7-year-old daughter waiting on Daddy to come home. Paisley turns 8 on the 28th. The kid loves trucks and your program. How about that? Well, thank you, Ice Cream Man. Happy birthday to Paisley here in a couple of days. Lauren Weiss, 2-time world champion bull hauler, 72 degrees, Enid, Oklahoma tonight. All right, I see you survived the cruise. Good to have you back in the chair, waxing eloquent. Well, my powerful chrome-plated cow truck never slowed down while you were on the high seas, drowning skullbusters and haunting the buffets. That is affirmative, Lauren. Let's get this show fired up. Rolling full bore, hammer down. Special one night only welcome home shout out to all the now former cruisers from the sheep pens at Vance Air Force Base tonight. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. Pappy, you missed a good time, my friend. It's the midnight hour. Mr. Summers back in the saddle once again, somewhere deep beneath the Earth's crust in the Hot Shot Secret hidden bunker. Steve throwing the breakers. Yes, we have risen. The FR3 antenna. The stick shed eliminator power mic is on. There we go. I had no idea the overnight drive radio was going to rock and roll again tonight until I got the notification on the phone. I thought Thursday was the big return. Well, I could have probably used a little rest before I came back here, but here we are. 844-844-3388. That's the number to welcome Steve and the crew back from the journey into the deep blue waters. Don't be a scarecrow. Hit those digits. Snuggle up to whomever, whatever. Let's get this party started. We want details. How the pirates acted on the voyage. Are you with me? Yes, indeed. All right. Big Ed says, hey, Lauren, how long you going to be in Enid? I'm 20 miles south of you. I'm open for breakfast. I don't know, with that powerful chrome-plated cow truck, he may be 500 miles away by breakfast time, right? Either way, Buckeye Boy checks in from Ackworth, Georgia, 53 degrees. After a beautiful day in the lower 70s. Got back Friday evening from my 3-week trip out west. Looks like everybody had a great time on the overnight drive cruise. So sad about the devastation there in Roswell, New Mexico, which, yes, until just literally a few hours ago, I had no idea that was going on. We've got a friend that's from there originally, now lives in Columbus. She said her family and some friends still live there, and it was horrible. I believe everyone she knows is okay, but I'll be here till Thursday, then I'll be loading, leaving for a trip to Huntington Beach, California, back out west again, really. A one-day show, then back to unload and reload for Bluffton, South Carolina, virtually coast to coast, right? This will probably be one of my last long trips out west. Wildcats waiting to get me starting back off driving on the long trips and do some shorter trips, which I don't mind. Her grocery bill's going to go up, though, right? I've been doing a bunch of paperwork to get caught up and start all the third quarter IFTA. Got it filed. Permits for 2025 renewed. Getting runs priced out for the other trucks. How about Trump lately? Trying to get up to speed, Buckeye boy. I did see, he said he visited a barber shop. He actually worked a bit of a stint at Mickey D's. That was a dig on Kamala, right? Yes, it was. And it's going to be in a packed Madison Square Garden on Sunday. I actually voted early. On Monday, everybody needs to get out and vote, vote, vote. Welcome back, Steve. Have a great night. And everybody be careful out there. Timothy says, welcome back. Good to have you there. Let's see, Shorty. We were on vacation in Panama City Beach the week that Hurricane Milton came through up in the Panhandle, although it was sunny and 85 degrees all week. Isn't that amazing? Yeah, I'm so glad I was off that week because the hurricane ran right up I-4, which he would be running on a typical night. All right, it's 844-844-3388. Who wants to be first on our first night back, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive?
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Kate Fisher. US Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump are virtually neck and neck across the 7 battleground states, with just 2 weeks left of campaigning before the 2024 presidential election, according to a new poll. A Washington Post Shah School poll of more than 5,000 registered voters taken during the first half of October found both Kamala Harris and Donald Trump with 47% support among those who said they will definitely or probably cast a ballot. Among likely voters, the vice president leads in Georgia, Michigan, Pennsylvania and Wisconsin, while Trump enjoys advantages in Arizona and North Carolina. They're tied with 48% support in Nevada. The survey has a margin of error of 1.7 percentage points. Sean Diddy Combs is facing 7 new lawsuits, including allegations that he raped a minor. The music mogul already faces criminal sex trafficking and racketeering charges in the US. He's denied the allegations, with his lawyers saying in court the truth will prevail. Sally Patterson reports from New York.
Sean Combs is accused of rape and sexual assault in New York, Los Angeles and Las Vegas. The plaintiffs are both men and women. One says she was 13 when she was allegedly raped at a music awards after party. Several of the allegations involve drugs and alcohol. In a statement, Combs' lawyers say he's never sexually assaulted anyone, adult or minor, man or woman. He's currently being held in a Brooklyn jail over separate criminal charges. Prosecutors accuse the rapper of creating a criminal enterprise. Combs has denied any criminal wrongdoing.
Death row inmate Robert Roberson will not testify in a hearing on Monday after a bipartisan group of Texas lawmakers took unprecedented measures to subpoena him to save him from execution last week. Many believe Roberson is innocent and that his conviction of shaking his 2-year-old daughter Nikki to death hinges on, quote, junk science. Tony Waterman reports from Texas.
Roberson was meant to testify via video, but officials said his autism and years of solitary confinement made him ill-suited for video conferencing. Among those who did testify was TV personality Dr. Phil McGraw, who said he was 100% convinced that Roberson was facing a miscarriage of justice, saying his conviction hinges on outdated science. There is evidence Nikki may have died from undiagnosed pneumonia. The unprecedented subpoena has now kicked off a legal battle that will push Roberson's execution back at least 3 months.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, back at it on our, welcome home. Welcome home. 8 days and nights on the high seas. For much of the time, kind of unawares of what's going on around us. I guess we were sharing the Caribbean with Hurricane Oscar. To our south and west. I guess we had an invest to our north and east, and we kind of threaded the eye of the needle. We had beautiful weather all week long. Ran into some thunderstorms during the overnight hours the first couple nights out, and you couldn't have asked for better weather for all three stops: Aruba, Bonaire, Curacao. And then, of course, it wasn't until Saturday night things got a little rough and bumpy, and that's because we had all that weather around us. But otherwise, smooth sailing. Yeah, it looks like it was not smooth sailing in much of Cuba as Hurricane Oscar arrived there Sunday, impacting millions of residents who were already several days without power. Yeah, my son I think it was Saturday, did you hear the news about Cuba? I didn't know what is. The entire power grid apparently had failed. The nation's electric grid in the capital city of Havana this past day. People seen outdoors in poor lighting. Some playing dominoes trying to kill time. Children sleeping outdoors trying to cool off from the stifling indoor heat. Schools have been canceled pretty much all week until Thursday at this point. Now, they said power had been restored to about 88% of customers in Havana by Monday. This past afternoon, service is still down for most of the country, though. Now, this after Oscar made landfall along Cuba's eastern shores Sunday afternoon as a Category 1 hurricane. 80-mile-per-hour winds. By Sunday night, the Storm Prediction Center said Oscar had weakened to a tropical storm and was moving toward the west and southwest of the country. So it was actually kind of moving away from us, thankfully. But on through Wednesday morning of this week, could still see some rain, 6 to 12 inches, isolated areas up to 18 inches across eastern portions of Cuba. Yeah, earlier, I guess, late last week into the weekend, Oscar had made landfall in the Bahamas, Antigua Island, with sustained winds of 80 miles per hour. Of course, with the power out for days, some of the Cubans taking to the streets protesting after what had already been a 3-day-long blackout in the country. All right, so I guess a little bit of unrest in that country. They descended into darkness Friday, according to AccuWeather. One of the country's major power plants failing. Since then, most people in the 10 million strong country have had their access to power interrupted, struggling to maintain fresh food and water supplies. Obviously, I guess the water treatment plants, if you don't have power, you can't treat the water. Are you with me?
I'm with you, Steve. Boy, I'll tell you what. Yeah, I've slept all day, man. I'm still on an equilibrium, still knocked out of whack.
Right.
Like it was out there on the cruise, It just seemed like I was sleeping all the time while I was on that cruise. But I slept more than I was eating. And you was probably drinking more than you was sleeping.
You think?
I know.
It's a fact. I come up there to they had several smoking areas, but I show up at 9:30, 10 o'clock in the morning with the Miller Lite, and everybody's sitting around and said, well, you're supposed to be drinking coffee this time of day?
Yeah, no lie. 10 o'clock in the morning there, you got a can of Bud Light. Yeah, well, I don't know what you was drinking, but I know it wasn't coffee.
That's right.
I'll tell you what, man. I mean the afterglow of going on this cruise, meeting the people that we met, and seeing old friends, and it's like I was telling Rob, the couples that Denise and I sat with were first time cruisers.
Yep.
And meeting new people. It just gives you just this glow, and it's going to be, and it's like I told them, it'll be a few days before you'll come down off what I call a natural high, because you just throw everything aside. There was no politics. It was just all about the camaraderie, enjoying life, and just what can I say? Just enjoying life 100%, not let stress of life beat you down. And man, it was just Pappy's wanting to know, some of the shenanigans that might have happened, and there's plenty, more than I can tell. But I know things that happened to me that when I first got started, that Friday coming into Miami, it looked like it was going to take an ugly turn for me, because I walked off and left a valuable credit card there at the Oklahoma City Airport.
Oh, really?
And I didn't realize until I got down to Miami that night, and I went to check in at the Hollywood Suites where we were staying, and then went to pull that credit card that I used to pay for everything, and then I turned around and pulled it out of my checkings. I didn't have that credit card. It was gone, and the last place I used it was American Airlines in Oklahoma City. Well, I tried to call them, and naturally, trying to go through a big conglomerate like American Airlines was leading me nowhere, so thank God I got a hold of my bank and got it canceled and stopped right then and there. And they said, well, what was your last charge? And I told them, and from that point on, nothing was going to come off that credit card. And it had a $20,000 cash limit on it, and I had to get that canceled.
Right.
So, and then when I got to the Hollywood Suites, they billed me for that first night, and I got thinking, well, man, when I signed up for this cruise, I could have swore I'd already made the hotel reservations a year ago, and I know I paid for that room.
Mm-hmm.
And so I said, hey, go back and look at your records, and let's don't be double dipping. And well, they was honest about it. They went back and looked and said, yeah, you've already paid, so we'll credit your bank card back. And so that that, it could have turned into a frustrating deal to deal with that, because I don't like somebody trying to double dip on me. And when you're going on an adventure like this, there's a good possibility that can happen if you ain't minding your P's and Q's. And the last thing I wanted to do was get out there and be stressed out. So luckily I got all that taken care of. But other than that, the flight down was great. The flight coming back yesterday was great. And, when we got off the ship, you went, back to the Embassy Suites?
Correct.
Well, Denise and I went on to the airport because I wasn't going to fight that Swifty crowd, and there was a whole lot of them there.
There were.
In.
Yep.
Did you run into any of them?
Yes. Well, I mean, when we went back to the hotel, I guess that was apparently they had a Friday night, Saturday night, and there was a show Sunday night also. I mean, while we were there Sunday afternoon, I mean, all day long, they're all checking in, and you knew the Swifties. They had the cowgirl boots on, the cowgirl hats, and
oh yeah,
yep,
shirts on, and then so we was actually there 7 hours early for our flight, and I thought, well, boy, what am I gonna do? I took some nicotine patches, and usually when I put them on, I could go without a cigarette for about 12 hours. And because I didn't want to be going back outside and fighting that security getting back in, just to have a lousy cigarette. So I'd seen this place there in the airport selling tobacco, cigarettes and cigars, and I asked that old boy, I said, why do you sell this stuff here in the airport and you ain't got no place for a person to go smoking? And he said, oh, there is a place. And it was a TGI Fridays there by gate 36, I believe it was.
Yeah.
That had an open air restaurant. In other words, you went in and it had a tent over it, but it was open air, and you could smoke in there, believe it or not.
How about that?
And so I went in there and had a couple drinks, felt good. Good place for me to go relieve my nicotine cravings for that 7 hours, so that worked out great. So I was able to sit there and relax, take a nap in the airport. And even though my friend Jay Martin said, well, they won't let you lay on the floor because they'll kick you and make you get up because you're a fire hazard. So I slept there in the chair just fine. So you want to talk about some more cruise, or you want to go on the football?
Whatever you want to talk about, Ed. What kind of shenanigans? I didn't hear about any shenanigans.
Well, I didn't do no shenanigans.
Oh, okay.
I was told you did a few shenanigans.
Now, what did I do?
I don't know. You'll have to ask Horsefeather.
I
told Horsefeather I wouldn't tell on you.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I got that word. Yeah. So I got that. Sunday morning or two. You're a scoundrel.
Why?
Okay. So Big Ed, we're sitting there playing the slots, and Big Ed watches me lose a couple $100, and he,
No, you lost $300. I was counting.
Okay. So I guess I had left, and Big Ed said, I guess you said I'm going to play that machine there. It's due to hit. What'd you hit, Ed?
I put in $100. I played one $10 poke, and boom, paid me up back $400.
You dirty dog.
So I got my 100 plus 400 with 300. That was yours.
Okay, so Horsefeather said, thank you for the donation. And I said, what donation? Well, the donation you made for the Make-A-Wish Foundation. Big Ed gave me $100 for Steve Summers, and then he gave me $100 from Big Ed on Steve's losings. And so you still came out 100 ahead.
Oh, yeah, I come out 200 ahead. So I knew Horsefeather would appreciate that. And then, while I was sitting there playing, your wife just tapped. I had to be talking to her before I punched that money in. She would come over and asking if I'd seen you.
Yeah.
And I said, yeah. I said, he left out of here just to. I said, he was mumbling under his breath, but I'm sure he was cussing. And he said, because I said, I asked him, I said, what's Lisa going to say about all that big money you're betting? He said, I don't want to tell her because she's going to look at the room cost and I'm going to get chewed out.
Yep.
And I'm sorry, Steve. I'm a man that will not lie. I will not tell a lie. And Lisa said, well, how much did Steve play? And I said, well, I'm watching him put $300 in this machine. I said, I'm going to try to get it. But she left before I got it back. Because I knew if I got it before she left, she'd probably be bold enough to ask me to give her your money. That's mine. That's mine then.
Well, I did get a little bit. I got a little bit of an ass chewing, Ed. Thank you.
Well, you're more than welcome, brother. I'll take care of you. Steve, but I can't tell you, Denise really loved meeting everybody. Martin and Rosalind Edwards, Jeff and Don Beasley, Chad Heitzman and his wife, and Rob and Christina Ferrald. I may be pronouncing their names wrong. They were great first-time cruisers and made new friends, and like I say, the old friends that were there. I just felt blessed, and I wish other people that listen to the show, we could have got more people there on that cruise, because got to meet Chris. Really enjoyed visiting Chris Grabelczyk, the man that, because of his forward thinking, got you set up on this show that you're doing now, and his faith in the American truck drivers out here and the products that he put out to help the American truck drivers in their personal businesses and with their equipment. You can't beat that. And he was just the most down to earth individual that I've ever. It was almost like, well, he's just a common old farm boy, but he got a great business mind, and because of him, we was able to do what we did.
Yep.
So my hat's off to Chris, and I really look forward to meeting him, and got to meet him, and it was just a fantastic time. So, right quick, football.
Yes, sir.
Do we have time, or you got to go to commercial?
We'll just go ahead and we'll skip this 2 minutes.
Okay. Well, when week 7, I picked OU over Texas, which Texas slapped Oklahoma around and won that game. I picked Ohio State over Oregon, and unfortunately Ohio State lost by 1 point. Of course, they were playing out there in Oregon. So, I give Oregon the home field advantage. I think Oregon and Ohio State will meet again before the playoffs. You better believe I do. They'll probably meet. I'm assuming Big Ten has a conference championship, so that's probably where they'll meet. Because when you think about it, right now there's 10 teams that are still undefeated, and when they get into that conference playoffs, Ohio State or Oregon may get left out. If one of them loses the conference championship, if you're going by records, but it's still too early to make that kind of a prediction. But then I had Penn State over USC. I won that one. I had Notre Dame over Stanford. I won that one. LSU over Ole Miss. I had won that one. K-State over Colorado. Won that one, which gave me 4 wins and 2 losses, which brought me to 34 and 30 and 14.
Right, 30 and 14.
Wins and 14 losses.
Yep.
So if you was going with the CFP projections this weekend after the last week's games, which there was a couple upsets there, but I'm not going to go into that because I really didn't study on it. But you'd have Oregon, Georgia, Miami, Iowa State, Ohio State, Penn State, Texas, Clemson, BYU, LSU, Tennessee, and Boise State. But that would be leaving out Army. That would be leaving out Navy. Both those teams are undefeated. Now, when they go to picking the college football playoffs, are they going to go by the strength of schedule? So let's say you have an Army or a Navy that's undefeated. Are you going to take an SEC team with 2 losses like Alabama over an undefeated Army or Navy? This playoff thing was supposed to eliminate these teams like an Army or Navy that played good football throughout the season and be able to go into these bigger tier games at the end of the season. So that's going to be real interesting. At the end of the season, if there are Indiana undefeated teams, Indiana, they're, nobody would have thought that they were going to be undefeated.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, there's a lot left, and they may finish undefeated. You don't know. These teams are just so evenly matched that sometimes you really got to study it and think, okay, it could come down to a last-second pass like BYU. They're still undefeated. Pulled over Oklahoma State and made a touchdown with, I think 20 seconds to go to win the game. Even though BYU's undefeated, Oklahoma State's kind of just right there at a 50-50 win-loss. It don't necessarily mean that BYU is better than Oklahoma State. It's just the circumstances put them in a position to win, and when you get in that position to win, you got to take advantage of it, and that's the only way to do it. But right now, I'm studying for this weekend, and I will be getting back with you. But other than that, I'm going to get off there and let somebody else call in that went on the cruise, Steve. But, man, I enjoyed it. To all my friends out there, I love y'all. And I say that was my last Steve Summers cruise, but you can't say never. You know what I mean?
Right.
So we'll just leave it right there, and I'll say, "Are you with me?" Because
Are you
I am,
with
and
me?
people are listening. Get on board. If Steve goes on another cruise, I guarantee you, 100%, you're going to have the best time of your life. Thank you, Steve.
It was good to spend time with Big Ed. Yes, it was. And it was great to meet Denise. And I guess we made a good call putting Big Ed with 3 first-time couples at his table. And he was able to give them a good explanation of what's going on, things to do, things to see. And I think Big Ed, I should have asked him if he did the behind-the-scenes tour once again like we did several years ago. But I know he had the couple from South Dakota that got to do the behind-the-scenes tour, which is really fascinating. High pressure pumping on board. Day 3, Monday of the trial of the Delphi, Indiana murder trial, where he says lots of evidence coming out that they may have the wrong guy. But for sure, there was more than one guy. Very interesting. I haven't got to see any of the background on that. How many years has that been? I think it's been 8 years or something, maybe long. It's, a lot of time has passed to come to this trial from the Delphi. I remember covering the murders very, very clearly when it all had occurred. It is 844-844-3388. Kevin's on board. He'll be checking in here momentarily since we're so close to the news break. I'm going to hold you through the news and then get to Kevin, after which clear lines at 844-844-3388. So we mentioned Oscar, which we were kind of sharing the seas with out there. After Oscar leaves Cuba and the Bahamas, is going to transition to a tropical wind and rainstorm near Bermuda, they tell us. Then they say eyes will turn to the Caribbean once again for the chance of a new tropical threat this week. Now, compared to some of the other tropical storms and hurricanes we've seen this season, Oscar, at just a tropical storm, is very small in size. Tropical storm force winds only 39 miles per hour or greater, extending by less than 50 miles from the center, so a very, very compact system. But the slow movement over the weekend, unloading torrential rain and triggering some of that flash flooding over eastern Cuba. As Oscar begins to move north-northeast today, Tuesday, that rain and wind will affect part of the southwestern Bahamas. Surf and seas get kind of rough and dangerous for a period. Then it's picked up by a non-tropical feature, and it'll be absorbed by that feature over the western Atlantic forward speed will increase substantially as it actually begins to grow in size. It may strengthen a bit while transitioning away from a full-blown tropical storm and just become what they call a large gale center. Mariners commonly use the Beaufort wind scale. In this case, it's an ocean storm that produces sustained winds of 39 to 54 miles per hour and much higher gusts at times. So some tropical rains for the Bahamas this week. All right, great to have you with us. 844-844-3388 is the number to dial us up. What else we got? Lots to cover, lots to catch up on when it comes to industry headlines and so much more ahead on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP and mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in Hong Kong, I'm Laura Westbrook. Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump are neck and neck across 7 battleground states with just 2 weeks left of campaigning. That's according to a new poll. A Washington Post Shah School poll of more than 5,000 registered voters conducted in the first half of October found both Kamala Harris and Donald Trump with 47% support among likely voters. Kate Fisher reports. Among those who say they are likely to vote, Vice President Harris leads in 4 critical states: Georgia, Michigan, Pennsylvania and Wisconsin, while former President Trump leads in Arizona and North Carolina. They're tied in Nevada. The survey has a margin of error of 1.7 percentage points. Secretary of State Antony Blinken heads to Israel to push forward with stalled negotiations to bring back the hostages and end the war in Gaza. Israel has continued its heavy military campaign in Lebanon against Hezbollah. The United Nations has accused the Israeli army of deliberately demolishing a watchtower in southern Lebanon. Jody Jacobs reports from New York.
Sunday's attack comes just days after a series of what the United Nations says as worrying incidents in which a total of 5 peacekeepers have already been injured. Israel insists the Lebanese armed group Hezbollah has been attacking it from positions located in close proximity to peacekeeping posts. Hezbollah denies this. The UN has called on Israel to stop breaching UN positions, which is considered a flagrant violation of international law. Antonio Guterres says these may amount to war crimes. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has demanded Guterres get UNIFIL troops out of combat zones. alleging their presence was providing a human shield for Hezbollah. But the UN maintains that the mission is going nowhere.
India and China have agreed on a border pact that will see both sides coordinating their patrolling routines to avoid any escalation in tensions. The move is being hailed as a significant step towards restoring normal bilateral relations after the two sides were involved in a melee combat in 2020. Ishan Garg has more from New Delhi.
The understanding between New Delhi and Beijing comes after 21 rounds of talks between military leaders and several other rounds of negotiations between diplomats. Reports say the border pact gives patrolling rights to both armies in two contested areas. It's expected to restore some goodwill between the two armies. Much of the India-China border is not demarcated, and that has led to border disputes in many areas in the Himalayan region. It's also expected that the two sides will eventually scale down their military presence in the disputed region. The development comes just a day before Prime Minister Narendra Modi's visit to Russia for the BRICS summit, where he is expected to meet President Xi Jinping. And now analysts say there's every possibility that relations could finally move towards normalization.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks, looking in more detail today at Benjamin Netanyahu's possible strategy now in Lebanon. Following the killing of Hezbollah's leader Hassan Nasrallah and the Israeli killing in Gaza last week of Hamas leader Yahya Sinwar, the Americans are hoping that the Israeli leader might be persuaded back onto the diplomatic track. But Prime Minister Netanyahu insists his war will continue. Mark Lyle Grant is Britain's former national security advisor and the UK's former permanent representative at the United Nations.
Lebanon, unfortunately, is one of those countries where the state armed forces are not as strong as independent militias. Hezbollah's army is undoubtedly more powerful than the Lebanese armed forces. The way that Netanyahu is talking, he has his enemies both in Hezbollah, in Hamas, in Iran to some extent, the Houthis in Yemen, and on the back foot at the moment. And I don't think he is minded to ease up that military pressure on Israel's enemies at a time when they are on the ground, as it were, and allow for some sort of ceasefire which would give them some respite potentially to rebuild their military strength. So I think this conflict will continue for some time to go.
And in recent days, Israel has broadened its targets, going after financial institutions in Lebanon, believed essentially to serve as Hezbollah's banks. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
The main news again. Former US President Donald Trump and Vice President Kamala Harris are neck and neck in swing states as they make their final pitches in the race to Election Day. US Secretary of State Antony Blinken heads to Israel for a high-stakes trip. The United Nations has accused the Israeli army of another attack on a peacekeeping site in southern Lebanon. India says it has reached a deal with China on patrolling their disputed border. And that is the latest feature story news. Laura Westbrook reporting.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Welcome back. Kickoff hour number 2. Real quick, like Buckeye Boy kind of followed up on Big Ed's breakdown, college football, last couple of weekends. I did not get to tune into much of the action. They did have a sports bar there. But I'll tell you what, on Saturdays and Sundays, that place was packed and stacked, standing room only. But he said Ohio State should have won that game if they wouldn't have made so many mistakes. In Oregon, not intentionally pulling that too many players on the field penalty, which actually burned 4 to 6 seconds off the clock, leaving only 6 seconds. I guess that's when the OSU quarterback, he said he should have never done that run, try to be a hero, ended up running out the clock before they could use their timeout and kick the winning field goal. Now he says the NCAA and the Big Ten are going to change that rule and make it a dead ball penalty, which would have reset the clock. So I guess what they would have had more like 10 or 12 seconds versus the 6 which he ran out the clock. Okay. So those little things can make a big difference. Hello to Kevin. What's happening?
Hey, Steve. How you doing?
I'm doing well.
All right. I was wondering, in the back of your mind when you were on that cruise, did you think at any time that somebody might come out and start handing out face masks?
Not really.
Were you worried about that at all?
Okay. I
was just wondering.
There were a few people wearing face masks, and I do know that there's a number of folks that have brought COVID back with them.
Oh, that's nice.
Right? It's not the kind of thing you wanted to bring home, but yes, somebody brought it on the boat. That's for sure.
They care about our safety, right?
Mm-hmm.
Listen, North Carolina, or is that South Carolina? No, I'm going to say Charlotte, North Carolina. About 20 miles northeast is a county, and some people had gone to vote early, and on the ballot, agree or disagree to illegals voting is actually on the ballot. Now, you could probably Google it and see the ballot itself. I forget the name of the county, though. So I'm thinking, I grew up at 17, got in trouble. Long story short, the judge says, hey, ignorance of the law is no excuse. But I think she left out the part, except if you have a lot of money and you're a politician.
Mm-hmm.
But what I'm thinking is, where have we come in this United States to where something like that goes on a ballot? Period. I think it's just pure crazy. Your thoughts?
Yes, 100%. Why would we even contemplate? It's
right. Why would it even be written out on a ballot? So people are voting to let illegals vote. Well, if you're illegal, you broke the law. You're not allowed to vote. But ignorance of the law is no excuse.
How many years have we been saying that this is kind of it's a move, I believe, by the left with the intent of, at some point in time, these millions and millions that have come in, if they can get that right for them all to be vote legally, that would seal the deal for the Democrat Party to be in power forever.
Well, I think so. My own personal opinion about this is we're going under martial law because we're going to be basically in a war. There's another thing out there going around that I don't know if it's true, but Xi Jinping had just announced that get ready for combat against the United States to all his soldiers in a formal, he wore his uniform and formally announced this to all his soldiers. So I don't know if that is propaganda or if anybody else has any details on that.
I guess a lot of things have happened in the last 10 days. I know I haven't heard anything in regards to that, but we've all just kind of been watching the clock tick. I mean, undoubtedly, what they're talking about is forcefully taking back Taiwan, which that would draw us into some form of conflict,
wouldn't it? Well, I think it's because they let loose plans to hit Iran. That Netanyahu is going to hit Iran. So one of our statesmen had let that leak on the internet. from what I know. I don't know. I might sound pretty ignorant about all this. This is just bits and pieces, and I'm putting it out there for other people to put together a puzzle, if you would. And let's see if this is true or propaganda. But that's about all I got. Oh, I wanted to say, Steve, last time I called, I was a first-time caller, and I never received my coupon.
We can remedy that. Let me give me just a second.
Yeah, because winter's coming up.
Yes, sir. You need that winter.
A lot of small engines.
Yes, sir. All right.
But that's all I got. And I want you guys to have a good night, and God bless. And you know what I've learned? Don't take for granted Steve Summers, because when he's gone, it was boring. I'll tell you what, I missed all of you.
Thank you. All right, I got your number here. I got that written down. I'll get that message over there to Josh, and they'll get you your $60 code. And thank you for listening.
Well, you're more than welcome, Steve. And you have a good night.
Thank you so much. And his discussion about Israel, that is inauthentic. Yeah, that's a definitive. Some sort of leaked plans were divulged. Supposedly, something that was top secret, labeled as top secrets, somehow got into the hands of those who've actually disclosed Israel's plans to hit Iran. I've been waiting for that for some time, several weeks now, right? I can give you the update on that coming up here at some point. But yes, North Carolina. I'm looking at WFAE out of Charlotte, where it says residents voting in this year's election will see a constitutional amendment on the ballot. The question, should only a citizen be able to vote in any election in the state? Republican lawmakers passed House Bill 1074 in June. The bill puts the constitutional amendment up for a vote this November. The coordinator of the Latino Civic Engagement Committee said she doesn't think the amendment's needed. The people that are naturalized think they cannot vote, and they don't go. But also that's in the future. Other changes can happen and say that only people born in the United States are citizens is her concern. The wording in the North Carolina Constitution would be changed to read, only a citizen of the United States can vote. Currently, the Constitution states that every person born in the United States and every person who has been naturalized can vote. Now, if you read in the ballot, you'll say, yes, only citizens can vote. But most of the people don't know that they're taking out part of that language, she says. Poll conducted by the Carolina Journal in September found about 76% of voters would support the amendment, with only about 13% opposing it. An overwhelming majority of Republicans at 96%, and a majority, albeit a narrow majority, of Democrats, 56%, are in support. But yeah, they're saying that, yes, only citizens should be voting. Definitely not illegals. Now, there are some places in Maryland, California, Vermont, and Washington, D.C. that allow non-citizens to vote in local elections, but not federal or state elections. There are no city or county in North Carolina allows non-citizens to vote. So I guess they're just kind of clarifying and making that perfectly clear that that's going to remain the case. All right. So I guess they're trying to say, well, what about, local elections when it comes to school boards and mayors and things like that? Yeah, they feel that non-citizens should be allowed to have their voices heard in those cases. It's been a long time. Gary, how the heck have you been?
Just working a little bit. Racing ain't been my my very well this year.
Oh, yeah?
We pretty well, we pretty well broke everything we could break.
Oh, boy.
We always qualified good. You know, we qualified third or fourth. We won one of the big races. Took out three of the biggest ones, you know, that run the series. We took them out in the one race, and then from there on, it was nothing but downhill. I mean, stupid stuff that was beyond our control. I mean, it's just whatever could go wrong did go wrong. So we pulled the plug early this year. I haven't raced. It's been 2 months now since we had the car even out. I'm in the process of tearing it all apart, going to redo it, get everything freshened up and be ready for next year. But I'm been hashing it over. This might be my last year running it as my car anyway.
Yeah.
I'm getting tired of working hard just to fuel my habit there. So I think we're gonna. I got a couple prospects that want me to drive their car, race on their money. So that's probably what I'm going to do. But I'm going to run one more year to chase a couple of championship things I want to do, and then take somebody else's seat.
Gotcha.
Use their money.
Well, I guess. Well, yeah, it's a very expensive habit, right? I don't care what any form of racing is. It's more or less like an addiction, right? You pump all your money into it. You might win a little here and there, but you're never ahead, right?
Oh no, you're never ahead. You just got to have the love and the joy of doing it. Has to be greater than the money that's put into it. And that people told me a long time ago, why don't you get some of these little sponsors? And I never really looked at that factor of it, you know. I don't like being told, you know, hey, you got to go do this, you got to go do that. And, I raced a race for the thrill of it. So I've got a couple of little ones for next year, but this last time we broke it pretty good. We literally broke the rear end housing. I mean, we twisted it open like a can opener, and that's supposed to be some of the, it's not the best stuff, but it's pretty near the best stuff. And now we'll put the best stuff in it.
Okay.
And now we're all the way to the back of the car. So we've been from the front all the way through the car to the back of the car. Now we're replacing the other piece of the driveline that we've never had any problem with. But that makes two rear end housings that I broke. And this one, it's really a good thing it broke when it did, because if it hadn't, it would have been really, really ugly. We probably had to have a whole different car, but least ways we can fix it. And I got all winter. We don't start until I think March when we roll it back out, but it'll be different color, different everything. Totally revamping it, and then see what happens next year. But other than that, that's about it. Ain't been doing nothing to the house. That's probably what I ought to be doing now instead of messing with the car. But I'm down here going around this big detour.
Yeah.
40 and 26 closed. Yeah, I got running the guy's route down here that he's off for 2 weeks. So I got to do this up and around about to get back to where I got to go on the other side of the gorge. So it's a mess down there, though. It's a shame that what the storm did.
The flooding there, and that's 40 and 26 major headaches.
Oh yeah, it's there. If you go on to North Carolina DOT and look at the list of closures, I mean, it's it's just road after road after road after road, you know. And they're saying at the very earliest, like April or May of next year, before they have even remotely have it to where you can pass by.
Mm-hmm.
That's quite the trek around it now, especially when, like us, we deliver there in Black Mountain, and if you go to Black Mountain, you got to turn around and come all the way back out to 77, go back north to 81 at Withville, and drop back down to get to Johnson City, which is where I'm going for in the morning. But normally I'd about be over there to 26 by now, but now I'm up here going up the Fancy Gap and go up here to Withville and go back south. But got to do what you got to do, I guess. But do you have any kind of an idea next year what your cruise is going to, about when it's going to be?
People have been asking. I've been telling my wife this is probably going to be my last one. I don't know. Everybody keeps saying, let's do another, let's do another. I don't know if it would be next year or whether we'll, you know, for the longest we had gone to like every other year. But at this point, I haven't really set my mind on anything.
Right, yeah. Well, you've been saying it's your last one for several years now.
He's right. Well, it was. I mean, it was. Hey, there was a 5-year hiatus there. It was 5 years in the month of October. We got off our last cruise, and literally within weeks, that's when the whole COVID was beginning to hit the headlines.
Yeah, that put a damper on everything. But yeah, I'll have to keep paying attention when you're going to go or what you're going to do, because if it meets my race schedule, I might venture out. I've never been on one, but I ain't getting no younger, they tell me.
Yeah, you're telling me. Hey, I celebrated a birthday last week, the big 6-0.
Yeah, well, I'm 69 now. I'll be 70 this year. And we lost Dad last month. He was 93. His mom was 90. Granny was 90. I think 96. I think when she passed away. So longevity runs in the family. But I think I've used up all 9 lives racing. So I got to pay attention to what I'm doing.
All right.
Well, it's good talking to you. I'll be checking in from time to time and let you know how it's going. Shoot you a picture every now and then.
Gotcha. You'd crossed my mind several times, you know, when I'm kind of scrolling Facebook. I said, boy, it's been a long time since we heard from Gary. Yeah, I hope everything's okay, right? All right, good to hear from you. It is 844-3388. Speaking of the Carolinas, just over 2 weeks after reopening, US 441 officials in Tennessee are again reminding truckers commercial vehicles are prohibited from traveling that narrow highway. It's Newfound Gap Road. It's 2-lane road, steep, continuous grades and tight curves. There are no truck lanes. There are no runaway truck ramps or places for a commercial vehicle to even slow down and pull over. It reopened on the 2nd. Newfound Gap Road, US 441, running through the Great Smoky Mountains National Park. It's kind of the connection between North Carolina and Tennessee. Damage from Helene obviously has limited travel through much of the western portion of North Carolina. Department of Transportation declaring the area fit for essential travel only. And then, of course, the closure of both I-40 and 26, the main corridors, With those two interstates impassable, the DOT is telling motorists take 77 north, as Gary just mentioned, to connect to I-81 into Tennessee as the detour. That's a rather lengthy detour. So many truckers trying to take those alternate routes, and apparently way too many are choosing 441. Once the road reopened at the beginning of the month, they have checkpoints at both ends 24 hours a day to alert truckers about the commercial vehicle ban. And to date, they've turned away over 800 trucks. And at the same time, state police says they've responded to multiple incidents involving commercial vehicles trying to use 441. We realize major routes outside the park are closed. But this road, first of all, it's not structurally designed to sustain traffic from heavy vehicles. So they're trying to turn away as many as possible. In addition to the checkpoints, officials have taken a number of other measures to keep commercial vehicles off the highway. They've got the variable message signs, local communities placing signs outside the park, placing traffic cones and barrels to discourage commercial vehicles. If you ignore the warnings, they do point out, though, you'll be issued a citation. It could include a fine of up to $5,000. All right, as of last Thursday, Transportation Secretary said the timeline for recovery efforts is still not clear. But we know it ain't going to happen overnight. It is 844-844-3388. What's on your mind? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Kate Fisher. US Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump are virtually neck and neck across the 7 battleground states, with just 2 weeks left of campaigning before the 2024 presidential election, according to a new poll. A Washington Post Shah School poll of more than 5,000 registered voters taken during the first half of October found both Kamala Harris and Donald Trump with 47% support among those who said they will definitely or probably cast a ballot. Among likely voters, the vice president leads in Georgia, Michigan, Pennsylvania and Wisconsin, while Trump enjoys advantages in Arizona and North Carolina. They're tied with 48% support in Nevada. The survey has a margin of error of 1.7 percentage points. Sean Diddy Combs is facing 7 new lawsuits, including allegations that he raped a minor. The music mogul already faces criminal sex trafficking and racketeering charges in the US. He's denied the allegations, with his lawyers saying in court the truth will prevail. Sally Patterson reports from New York.
Sean Combs is accused of rape and sexual assault in New York, Los Angeles and Las Vegas. The plaintiffs are both men and women. One says she was 13 when she was allegedly raped at a music awards after party. Several of the allegations involve drugs and alcohol. In a statement, Combs' lawyers say he's never sexually assaulted anyone, adult or minor, man or woman. He's currently being held in a Brooklyn jail over separate criminal charges. Prosecutors accuse the rapper of creating a criminal enterprise. Combs has denied any criminal wrongdoing.
Death row inmate Robert Roberson will not testify in a hearing on Monday after a bipartisan group of Texas lawmakers took unprecedented measures to subpoena him to save him from execution last week. Many believe Roberson is innocent and that his conviction of shaking his 2-year-old daughter Nikki to death hinges on, quote, junk science. Tony Waterman reports from Texas.
Roberson was meant to testify via video, but officials said his autism and years of solitary confinement made him ill-suited for video conferencing. Among those who did testify was TV personality Dr. Phil McGraw, who said he was 100% convinced that Roberson was facing a miscarriage of justice, saying his conviction hinges on outdated science. There is evidence Nikki may have died from undiagnosed pneumonia. The unprecedented subpoena has now kicked off a legal battle that will push Roberson's execution back at least 3 months.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383.
Back at it here at 844-844-3388. Talking about the ballot initiative there in North Carolina. Kim chimes in and said York County, South Carolina had that on their ballot as well. Shocking. Ah, yes, by the way, you were missed. Thank you very much. We're back in the saddle, Kim. Updates, news you can use, as they say. Several recalls to pass your way. All right. I guess this is kind of a regional manufacturer in the Dakotas, Minnesota, Iowa, parts of Wyoming, where you could find what is known as Dakota Tom's sandwiches. Announced a big recall this past Friday. Listeria contamination possible. Burgers in question, what they call the Pepper Jack cheeseburger, the bacon cheeseburger, and the Gambler. I guess their supplier, Bruce Pack, issuing the recall. They say if you've purchased the sandwiches, do not consume them. Return them to the store for a full refund or throw them away. All right, we know what listeria is. Some folks may not get all that sick. Healthy individuals, maybe some short-term symptoms, a fever, headache, stiffness, nausea, diarrhea. It can cause miscarriages, stillbirths among pregnant women. Now, this is the same company, Bruce Pack, based out of Durant, Oklahoma, had already announced a meat recall back on the 9th of October, which was a big one. Nearly 10 million pounds of meat were recalled. That number jumped last week to 11.8 million pounds, according to USA Today. Some of the recalled products, they say, had actually been sent to schools. The Food Safety and Inspection Service has posted a list of the meats and poultry, in some cases, that were affected by that recall. Then we also had another recall that came out, I guess, also on Friday, and this is in regards to frozen waffles. And there's a whole laundry list of brand names. Yeah, Walmart's a great value brand. Target's Good and Gather. Yeah, other private labels sold by Food Lion, Kroger, Schnucks. Treehouse is the name of the country. Hundreds of frozen waffle products sold in major retailers recalled as well. That is Treehouse Foods. Okay, the recalls, I mentioned waffles sold under a wide variety of names. Apparently, there's like hundreds of different names. In many cases, you have major brand name manufacturers of products. Whether it's, say, the Eggo waffles, Lego My Eggo, the name, brand name for years. Oftentimes, the same facility may manufacture waffles for dozens of other names in the same facility. This announcement also said consumers holding any of these products, you got them in the freezer, either throw them away or take them back to the store for a full credit there. I don't know, listeria in frozen waffles. Okay. Buckeye Boy was reflecting back. He said, I still can't get Boar's Head beef bologna from their recall several months ago. They shut down that facility ultimately there, somewhere on the East Coast, I think it was. Hello, Pappy.
Welcome back, Steve. Glad everybody got back safely.
We are back in the saddle. Yes, we did.
And a year older, man, I had. Oh, man. Well, did Miller's stock go up a little bit since you've been gone?
Whose stock? Miller Lite?
Miller Lite.
It should have.
Yeah.
Yes.
I won't even ask if you kept count or not. Because I'm sure you didn't, or you were unable to keep count. Let's put it that way.
When you're on the drink package, you hit a limit at 15 per day, 15 drinks. And
right.
Of course, when you start early in the day, I mean, I hit that 15 limit on a couple of occasions, and it was before we had gone to dinner.
Right.
But my son pointed out, he said, Dad, if you're starting at like 9 or 10 in the morning and you're drinking over 12 hours time, it's not like you're chugging them down, so.
Right. And people got to realize, too, Steve, we're nocturnal. 8 o'clock in the morning is not 8 o'clock in the morning, Doug.
Yeah, that's right.
We're just getting the day started. Or you are, rather.
Yep.
So you're just getting off.
100%.
5 o'clock in the morning. So it's not abnormal at all. A lot of third shift guys.
Yep.
I remember, man, when I worked down the jail, third shift guys, they get off at 7 o'clock in the morning, go hit bars.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I saw a few people posting some photos on Facebook, so I got to see a few photos during the week. Big Ed, Scott, and a few others. Chris looking good. Saw a couple photos of him in there.
Mm-hmm.
How's he doing, man? He looks great.
He's doing
trying
great.
To enjoy life.
Got to spend some time with him, and actually his wife. We got to spend quite a bit of time with both of them. I just briefly met her a time or two, but Yeah, Tammy's she's a good time.
All right. Huh. Well, glad he was able to go. Again, thanks to him for everything. And, man, like Big Ed was saying, man, I mean, here's a guy, right, that literally started a business in his garage, you know?
Yep.
And just, I mean, down to earth, good dude, you know? I mean, I don't know how else to explain him, man, you know? A lot of people, when they, listen, I don't want to say he's filthy rich or anything, right? But
right.
He's probably pretty well off. And one thing about Chris is, man, wealth did not go to his head like it does most people. You know, he's just down to earth, one good dude. Yeah, Steve, your caller touched on a few things here. Well, you've been gone, Steve. I started sweating a little bit, man. So I guess somebody in the White House leaked out that Israel does have plans. They didn't come out and say if it was imminent, near future. They didn't specify a time frame.
Right.
They made it sound like it was soon. You know, about probably trying to take out the leadership in Iran. Steve, I don't know who this person was. They need to follow the chain, find out who it is, charge, and if convicted, give him the full sentence, because this is totally unacceptable. The damage that they could cause by doing such a thing. Also, not confirmed, there were some authorities that said there was some detections on some earthquake equipment that may have suggested that Iran tested a type of nuclear explosion, shall we say.
Mm-hmm.
Steve, China ran an exercise without telling anybody and conducted an exercise where they did a quarantine/blockade of Taiwan. Is this an exercise for the full deal? Let me explain the difference between a quarantine. They were calling it a quarantine and a blockade. A blockade is where they literally, with their naval forces, surround Taiwan and don't allow anything in. That's a blockade.
Okay.
You are to turn around and leave, correct? A quarantine is they will stop you, board your ship, check your manifesto, and decide if they're going to let you in or not. So that's kind of the difference. Either way, it's not good news if they do this. United States just delivered 200 Harpoon missiles to Taiwan. I think there's another 200 scheduled to go. So what happens, Steve, if we got our military escorting this cargo ship with these Harpoon missiles, and China's there saying, nah, you guys ain't coming in. We got us another Cuban Missile Crisis.
Right.
Right. So they didn't tell anybody. That was the big thing. Usually, a lot of times, they'll kind of give you like a little heads up. Hey, just let you know we're going to be doing this. Also, Steve, he was correct. The leader of China addressed his troops in military fatigue, which he hardly ever wears. and told them to prepare for war. North Korea is running their jibs about preparing for war. Supposedly they blew up some rail lines. I'm not quite sure. Need to dig in a little bit more about this. I don't know if there were some rail lines maybe close to South Korea. They think maybe could be used somehow by the South Koreans. I don't know, damaged some rail lines or something, saying that war is intimate with South Korea. Steve, this is this is all eaten up, brother. I don't know. And on top of this, Steve, I just heard this yesterday. Tell me if you heard this one. We're talking about giving Ukraine nukes. Did you hear that?
I had not heard that. No. We've given them everything else. I don't know. What would the intention be? That what they think that's going to back Russia down or what?
Apparently, Lewinsky is running his jibs. Steve, I'm trying to find something from the White House or from NATO, if this has been confirmed that they are literally discussing whether to give Ukraine maybe some tactical nukes or something. But that was a story. I'll see if I can dig it up and send it to you.
Now, Pappy, we talked several weeks ago about when Israel, I can't remember what it was they had done without notifying the United States first. And after the fact, they come back and say, we were not. Is it any wonder? I think at the time you said, because every time that they tell us first, the enemy finds out about it. And is that what's pretty much happening with Iran right now?
That's the whole. Israel's really going to trust us now for anything.
Yep.
That's back when they did the whole cell phone and the pager thing. Right?
That was it. Yep.
And Netanyahu's got to be scratching his head like, what a bunch of buffoons. No wonder, he don't want to talk to him.
Yep.
Steve, the price of silver has went up $5 in the last week, an ounce. Gold is starting to skyrocket. It's up to $27.45 an ounce, $2,745 an ounce. A week ago, it was at 26 something. Apparently, Russia is hosting the BRICS nations late October. Can't recall the exact date. Discussing how they're going to crush the United States dollar, the U.S. dollar. They've been working on this for a long time now. How they're going to allow other countries to pay for their petro. They were talking with gold. Well, now Putin came out and said he is going to allow banks to use silver, which could change a lot of things. It could be a big problem here in the United States. A lot of these big banks, the big banks here, invest in silver, and they have a lot of it. And if they have to start using their supply to deal and wheel with the Russians on some financial stuff, could cause some issues. That's why silver is going up. And I think I mentioned it over the air, Steve. I've been buying silver now for a couple of years. Somebody gave me the heads up. Hey, you might want to invest in silver. And it just went up $5 an ounce since I've been starting buying.
Yep.
They're talking right now it's at like $34.50 an ounce. It was up to $34.99. It dropped a little bit and then went back up. Steve, they are claiming by the end of the year, silver could be at $50, $60 an ounce. By the end of the summer, it could go as high as $100 and $150 an ounce. Listen, I'm not no financial advisor, and I'm not even advising you to go out and buy silver, but I don't know, man. Yeah. If you got some money that you just want to throw out the window and you don't care about, like going to the slot machine, right, and handing Big Head $300.
Yep.
If you got some money you don't care about, you just want to throw it out the window, maybe buy you a couple things of some silver. Just say.
I remember as a kid, I can't remember how old I was, but I remember going to Northgate Mall and they used to have the coin store there. And everybody was selling their stuff. There was lines of people with their silverware and their whatever selling their silver. I don't remember what the price had gone to, but you remember that everybody's selling their silver.
Steve, I remember too as a kid. I do remember that. I remember my mom had a silverware set. Real expensive one. And I remember her and my dad were talking. She was like, "Wonder if we should take it." And my dad was like, "No, hang on to it, hon." That was when we broke out for like when Christmas, and Thanksgiving. I don't know. Man, Steve, now you remember when we were kids too? I used to collect coins. I mean, just pennies and dimes and nickels. Steve, man, I'll tell you what, 1944, the silver, remember the steel pennies?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how many of them things I had when I was a kid. I mean, you were talking in, late 60s, as a kid, early 70s, 1940s wasn't that far,
right?
And having them pennies, and man, what they are going for now is just unbelievable. And all the quarters prior to 1964, I'm wanting to say, were solid silver. All the pennies were solid copper. They needed the copper because of the war effort.
Yep.
Is when they started, changing the contents of everything. But all right, listen, man. I took enough of your time, but I got jugs and jugs and jugs of coins. I don't spend my coins, man. I get home, they go in a can. And I don't know, Steve. I got a lot of coins. And you'd be surprised. Sometimes you can find these daggone coins, man, that are worth a couple $100, a couple $1,000, $10,000, and they are in circulation. One of these days, I guess when I'm bored and got nothing to do when I'm retired, I might get them out and scan them with the app. It'll tell you what it's worth.
See what you got, yeah.
Yeah. All right, man. Happy birthday to you again and the princess. Glad everybody made it home safe. Glad you had a good time. Like the caller said, it was kind of a non-eventful week without the overnight drive radio, man. Glad to have you back in the saddle.
Thank you very much.
Stay safe. Hammer down. Appreciate it, Steve.
Hammer down. There you go. I mean, that's some of the serious stuff. The things you just kind of get away from when you're on vacation, like Big Ed said. You get away from all this political talk and whatnot. Just you're having a good time. Somebody apparently in this administration, John Kirby this past day, the national security spokesman, said, "We're not sure if this classified information was actually leaked or maybe hacked. We don't know. We do not have any indication at this point of additional documents like this finding their way to the public domain." But he did say the Pentagon is investigating. We're deeply concerned, and the president remains deeply concerned about any leak of classified information to the public domain. That's not supposed to happen. And it's not acceptable when it does, as Pappy was saying. They need to find who in the hell divulged this. These, what was labeled as top secret documents, noting that Israel was moving their military assets in place to conduct a strike on Iran in response to their attack several weeks ago, back on the 1st. Shareable within the what they call the Five Eyes: the United States, Great Britain, Canada, New Zealand, and Australia. Again, marked as top secret. And there's now the rumors about is Israel possibly even talking about using a nuclear weapon. We've not observed indications, according to the headline. U.S. intelligence, the document posted this past week, later reported by Axios and then CNN and all the major outlets. But they said U.S. officials are extremely concerned, as this was a major security breach. Israel's preparations for an attack on Iran. It's like, all right, 844-844-3388. We return after a news break. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in Hong Kong, I'm Laura Westbrook. Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump are neck and neck across 7 battleground states with just 2 weeks left of campaigning. That's according to a new poll. A Washington Post Shah School poll of more than 5,000 registered voters conducted in the first half of October found both Kamala Harris and Donald Trump with 47% support among likely voters. Kate Fisher reports.
Among those who say they are likely to vote, Vice President Harris leads in 4 critical states: Georgia, Michigan, Pennsylvania and Wisconsin, while former President Trump leads in Arizona and North Carolina. They're tied in Nevada. The survey has a margin of error of 1.7 percentage points.
Secretary of State Antony Blinken heads to Israel to push forward with stalled negotiations to bring back the hostages and end the war in Gaza. Israel has continued its heavy military campaign in Lebanon against Hezbollah. The United Nations has accused the Israeli army of deliberately demolishing a watchtower in southern Lebanon. Jody Jacobs reports from New York.
Sunday's attack comes just days after a series of what the United Nations says as worrying incidents in which a total of 5 peacekeepers have already been injured. Israel insists the Lebanese armed group Hezbollah has been attacking it from positions located in close proximity to peacekeeping posts. Hezbollah denies this. The UN has called on Israel to stop breaching UN positions, which is considered a flagrant violation of international law. Antonio Guterres says these may amount to war crimes. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has demanded Guterres get UNIFIL troops out of combat zones, alleging their presence was providing a human shield for Hezbollah. But the UN maintains that the mission is going nowhere.
India and China have agreed on a border pact that will see both sides coordinating their patrolling routines to avoid any escalation in tensions. The move is being hailed as a significant step towards restoring normal bilateral relations after the two sides were involved in a melee combat in 2020. Ishan Garg has more from New Delhi.
The understanding between New Delhi and Beijing comes after 21 rounds of talks between military leaders and several other rounds of negotiations between diplomats. Reports say the border pact gives patrolling rights to both armies in 2 contested areas. It's expected to restore some goodwill between the 2 armies. Much of the India-China border is not demarcated, and that has led to border disputes in many areas in the Himalayan region. It's also expected that the 2 sides will eventually scale down their military presence in the disputed region. The development comes just a day before Prime Minister Narendra Modi's visit to Russia for the BRICS summit, where he is expected to meet President Xi Jinping. And now analysts say there's every possibility that relations could finally move towards normalization.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks, looking in more detail today at Benjamin Netanyahu's possible strategy now in Lebanon. Following the killing of Hezbollah's leader Hassan Nasrallah and the Israeli killing in Gaza last week of Hamas leader Yahya Sinwar, the Americans are hoping that the Israeli leader might be persuaded back onto the diplomatic track. But Prime Minister Netanyahu insists his war will continue. Mark Lyle Grant is Britain's former National Security Advisor and the UK's former permanent representative at the United Nations.
Lebanon, unfortunately, is one of those countries where the state armed forces are not as strong as independent militias. Hezbollah's army is undoubtedly more powerful than the Lebanese armed forces. The way that Netanyahu is talking, he has his enemies both in Hezbollah, in Hamas, in Iran to some extent, the Houthis in Yemen, on the back foot at the moment. And I don't think he is minded to ease up that military pressure on Israel's enemies at a time when they are on the ground, as it were, and allow for some sort of ceasefire which would give them some respite potentially to rebuild their military strength. So I think this conflict will continue for some time to go.
And in recent days, Israel has broadened its targets, going after financial institutions in Lebanon, believed essentially to serve as Hezbollah's banks. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
The main news again. Former US President Donald Trump and Vice President Kamala Harris are neck and neck in swing states as they make their final pitches in the race to Election Day. US Secretary of State Antony Blinken heads to Israel for a high-stakes trip. The United Nations has accused the Israeli army of another attack on a peacekeeping site in southern Lebanon. India says it has reached a deal with China on patrolling their disputed border. And that is the latest feature story news. Laura Westbrook reporting.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
All righty, round number 3. Just like that, we'll see about some industry headlines this hour. Like I mentioned, it's almost that time again. It's hard to imagine. It's November, knocking on the door. The end of daylight saving time, just around the corner. Now, more than just changing the clocks. But mark your calendar. Daylight savings time ends 2 a.m. November 3rd. So it's fall. That's the clocks falling back 1 hour. So for a lot of folks, that means an extra hour of sleep for the first weekend of the month. Yeah, the result, sun comes up earlier sunsets. Hawaii, most of Arizona, and most U.S. territories are excluded from the changing the clocks. They do not observe daylight savings time. They stay in standard all year long. Once we fall back, then we start looking forward to next year. 2025, we spring forward 1 hour. On Sunday, March the 9th, daylight savings times begins again in most of the U.S. Later sunrises, later sunsets, ending on November 2nd of next year. Now let's talk about the impacts on health. And it's always a good time to change the batteries on the smoke detector. Make sure to replace the air filter for your furnaces as you start using the furnaces again. A good time to replace dirty air filters. And it is 844-844-3388. See what's going on with Brain Dead. Hey there, how you been?
Well, let's see. I know you've been out there cruising the Atlantic, relaxing, and I imagine you're ready for the cartoon characters to come out of the woodworks, right?
I was expecting a welcome home, welcome back.
Yeah, but Steve, I normally do NASCAR, but there's something bigger on my radar right now that is really people don't get it. You know who Caitlin Clark is, correct?
Absolutely.
You know she went to the WNBA. Mm-hmm. Now, for people that are not into the sports, she was the women's basketball player at Iowa who broke all kind of records, really lit up and brought women's basketball to the forefront. I mean, she's made it a household name. She goes to the WNBA. And apparently they lost in the semifinals, and she's now, the rumors have it, she's leaving the WNBA. And you know what? I don't blame her. I honestly, truly don't blame her, Steve, because she's supposedly going to Europe and getting a better deal. Now, the WNBA players for the first 2 years make $65,000, Steve. I did not stutter. $65,000. And I think it's after the second year they bumped to $75,000. I could be wrong on that second figure. So I don't see why. I don't blame her. But there's other rumors that has her going to the LPGA Tour because her and Annika Swanson are really good friends, and she's a really good golfer. Because when you step back and look at it, she was highly mistreated in the WNBA. Their TV numbers went up 400%. Her games, just the average normal season games, was bringing in 1.5 million people, up from 900,000 a year ago. That's a hell of a bump, isn't it, Steve?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
And then on top of that, during the finals, they were averaging 3 million people. The stadiums before her coming into the league was only like 9,000 maximum. Now she's selling out 17, 20,000 seat arenas. Her merchandise, just her merchandise, outsold the entire WNBA combined. Have we not figured out at the WNBA, this is your meal ticket, and you've pissed her off to leave? 80% of the flagrant fouls were never called. Her rival, I think it's Asia, don't quote me on the last name, I can't remember, has they played in the final game. She has all the time mocked this woman because of her ability, this natural ability. It's the jealousy. She went on, I can't remember where it was. She did a news story that she cannot pay her $8,000 a month rent in Chicago, and people are blowing her up. I don't blame her. But see, here's the thing too, Steve. Now, you watch a lot of football and baseball and other sports. There was in the playoffs, that Asia woman poked her in the eye, deliberately poked Caitlin in the eye. Nothing was said about it. Nothing was done. Because you know, and I know, if it was the NBA, the NFL, or insert sport here, Asia's contract would be kicked out. So now you've got your meal ticket. Everybody's in the uproar. Can't figure out why. And I saw this earlier too, Steve, on ESPN. The WNBA is going to potentially have a work stoppage, and they're trying to opt out of the collective bargaining agreement because they want more money. Yeah, they want more money. This woman brought the people in, but you mistreated her meal ticket. I heard Stephen A. Smith, I think it was. I can't remember if it was Stephen A. Smith or somebody else. They said that primarily in the WNBA, Caitlin did not fit the agenda for all the female players, which is either A, lesbian, or B, black. She didn't fit that mold. That's why they went after her. I don't get it, Steve. Maybe you could help me out with this.
I wouldn't have an answer. I mean, but yeah, it's kind of hearkening back to when, the numbers that people that would actually on a Sunday afternoon be watching NFL football back when Tiger Woods was playing golf, and then NASCAR as well. They would tune away to watch Tiger Woods. I don't think the golf viewership numbers are anything like they used to be without Tiger Woods. So to lose Caitlin in the WNBA, they're going to take a hell of a hit.
Oh yeah, and now they're just waking up to it. Why didn't you pay attention to this earlier? I mean, the numbers don't lie. You see an increase in viewership. I mean, hell, her courtside seats were going for thousands of dollars. If you go look at the finals, the seats were going for $5 courtside. Steve, that's right up your alley, isn't it? $5 for courtside seats
yes, sir.
Basketball game. But that's the thing now. But now everybody's paying attention. So what are they going to do? Who knows? But I know one thing, though. You don't mistreat your meal ticket. You piss them off and leave, and then whine and complain and moan when you're the ones that screwed up. I don't get this, Steve. But no, I've got a bunch of NASCAR stuff that I want to hold on to till tomorrow to give people fair time to talk to you. So I'm going to go back to bed, Steve. You have a good morning.
All right. Thanks for checking in here on a Tuesday that kind of feels like a Monday, but yeah, we're already, one day from Hump Day. I did see something pretty exciting occurred while we were out there cruising the high seas in regards to SpaceX. I'm going to get all the details from Philip coming up here, who we haven't talked to in, it's been getting close to 2 weeks. We'll be right back.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Hi, what's going on, Philip?
Hey, buddy, welcome back there. How you doing? You have fun on that big boat?
Had a blast. It's back to reality, so, yep. Had a great time, though.
That's awesome. And by the way, happy birthday, buddy. Another year bound to road. So, well, we had a little bitty thing happen over in Texas. I heard you talk a little bit about it there. Did you see that?
I saw the video this past day, and so that was incredible. They were successful.
Yeah, they caught her back good. Scraped up the tower a little bit. You know, those chopstick arms they got a little scraped up. Not a big deal. Everything was safe. I mean, they had some damage on it, a little bit of minimal damage as far as the catch goes. One thing that's amazing about this, Steve, is now we get to look at what happens after it launches and comes back. And now we can see what's going on with the engines. We can see what's going on with the frame. We can see what's going on with everything, and see what we need to correct to make things better. The next one is probably going to be even bigger, because if you notice, if you look over there to the side, that OLM, there's another one that's being built right now. It's almost done. And I got a feeling, Steve, that we're going to catch that booster on one of those launch pads, and we're going to catch the Starship on the other one. That's the big rumor that's happening right now.
Okay.
So we might see a fully reusable vehicle come back and be caught. So we're just going to have to sit back and watch it. It's amazing. I was stoked when I seen it. Me and my wife it was kind of funny. We were walking into Walmart to go do some shopping. I said, I got to watch this. So I walked over to the side there and was watching it. And I'm like, oh, wow, you got to look at this. And she's like, what? To see something that big coming back. That's some crazy stuff, dude. That is some crazy stuff. And they did a good job. It's not faring too well for your Artemis program, though, Steve. Did you hear about the Artemis program?
No. Give me the full update.
Okay, so the powers that be that fund NASA and the government, they have their little auditors out there that watch all the money that's being spent on all these programs. And Artemis is spending way too much money. And a story came out yesterday after this deal with SpaceX that Artemis is not looking too good on the NASA screen right now, and there possibly might have something be coming down the road for Artemis. We don't know. I don't want to see any programs get cut. but they're spending way too much money. They've spent already $400 billion on Artemis, Steve. Can you imagine that? $400 billion on that rocket.
Wow.
And the rate of return is not there. You know, and we've seen the same thing with the Boeing Starliner. We saw the amount of money that was spent on that. Just to put you in perspective, Artemis, they were building a tower, the launch tower that goes beside it. It's supposed to be $383 million was the estimate on it. It turned out to be $2.7 billion for that tower. So think about that. It's like almost 7 times the amount of money they were supposed to spend on it.
Mm-hmm.
So Artemis is in a tough way right now. Really tough way. So I was going to ask you, Steve, did y'all guys encounter anything from Oscar when you guys were out there?
Just things got a little bit, a little bit rough Saturday night into Sunday morning, but yeah, and you had some showers and thunderstorms, but we've been in worse before.
Yeah, those folks in Cuba right now, they dealing with a lot of stuff. Their whole electrical grid went down the other day, and then the storm on top of it is not cool. So I hope they can get things together over there for those people, because I tell you what, that was a mean little storm. It was a little guy, but it was mean. And I'll tell you what, these storms are changing a lot of lives. Changed a lot of lives over here in Florida. I don't know if you were watching the one I talked to you last time when I was, that morning after I talked to you, man, it got really rough. We had that wraparound happen. I talked about it on the show a little bit, and boy, it was hard. It was tough. I mean, that wind started coming straight out of the north. It pushed my door in on my house. I mean, it didn't break anything or anything, but I tell you what, that front door was pushed in pretty hard by the north winds, and it got a little rough there. It got a little icy for a couple hours, and we were in the hallway. We were expecting, maybe the top of the house to go off or something like that, but it's one of those things that you got to deal with. And had a long week. Did a lot of cleanup work and worked on a few vehicles. But other than that, we're doing good back at that Mouse house. Got a little damage down there, but nothing we can't take care of. So, but did you acclimate all right coming back from the sunshine and all that stuff?
Hey, I got even with sunscreen. I don't know what the UV index down there near the equator is, but it must be off the rails. Our day at Bon Air, I got cooked like a lobster, and I was using sunscreen. I couldn't believe it.
I'm telling you, when you get the further south you go, man, it puts a hurting on you. That's why a lot of people come down here, and they're not used to it. And we're not even, we're close to the equator, but man, I tell you what, even down here, it can burn you up pretty good. You got to be careful with that UV. It ain't nothing to play with. And Steve, are you familiar with a lawyer named John Morgan?
Doesn't ring a bell.
Okay, John Morgan, he's a lawyer. His firm is Morgan & Morgan. They're one of the biggest law firms in the country. I seen an interview with him yesterday on a local news channel down here in Florida. And I think it's something that you need to pay attention to, Steve. And he was talking more about our Amendment 3. I don't know if you know about Amendment 3 down here. It's they're going to recreational marijuana down here. They're going to try to pass it, and but he's talking about it a little bit. But he made a comment at the end of it, and I need you to see the interview because you'll kind of see what he's talking about. But he's talking about Biden and Nancy Pelosi, and he seems to think that Harris was put into the race because of Biden's kind of defiance of Pelosi. And if you get a chance, I really want, if I can, when I get to work, I'm going to send you that interview. And it's a 2-part interview. I've only seen the first part. They haven't released the second part yet, but it's a really interesting interview with him. If you get a chance, check it out. So, but everything's fine. I hope you had a great birthday, and I'm going to get cruising along here, buddy. Y'all have a good night.
All right, good to hear from you. Thanks for checking in. I thought about you a couple times when we were down there. I said, yeah, not too far to our north. Our friend Philip, he did send me a message to have a safe journey. You know, while we're on the Sunshine State after Helene and Milton, they're saying after the devastation, obviously, first by the hurricane, a new health danger. They say they're seeing a spike in cases of the flesh-eating bacteria in the state. The Florida Department of Health said officials are urging residents to avoid floodwaters where this bacteria, Vibrio vulnificus, that bacteria that causes the dangerous and sometimes deadly skin infection. It apparently is flourishing in some of those waters. While floodwaters are present, there's an increased risk. It can be life-threatening, they said. After heavy rain and flooding, the concentration of the bacteria may rise, particularly in brackish and saltwater environments. I said Florida had just 6 confirmed cases of Vibrio vulnificus before Hurricane Helene arrived. That number surged to 24 by the end of the month. Since both hurricanes struck, there have been 38 confirmed cases. That brings the state total to 74. The Tampa Bay area counties of Hillsborough and Pinellas, where they saw the devastating storm surge, reporting the largest increases in the bacteria. It is pretty commonly found, they say, in those warm coastal waters. Yeah, before Hurricane Helene made landfall, there were no reported cases in Pinellas County and only 1 in Hillsborough. Now Pinellas has 14 confirmed cases, 7 in Hillsborough, according to state officials. They recommend people avoid swimming or even wading in floodwaters. If you have to come in contact with contaminated water, make sure to cover any wounds with a waterproof bandage and wash the wound thoroughly afterwards. It'll get in something as simple as a cut or a scratch. All right, news break time. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Kate Fisher. US Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump are virtually neck and neck across the 7 battleground states, with just 2 weeks left of campaigning before the 2024 presidential election, according to a new poll. A Washington Post Shah School poll of more than 5,000 registered voters taken during the first half of October found both Kamala Harris and Donald Trump with 47% support among those who said they will definitely or probably cast a ballot. Among likely voters, the vice president leads in Georgia, Michigan, Pennsylvania and Wisconsin, while Trump enjoys advantages in Arizona and North Carolina. They're tied with 48% support in Nevada. The survey has a margin of error of 1.7 percentage points. Sean Diddy Combs is facing 7 new lawsuits, including allegations that he raped a minor. The music mogul already faces criminal sex trafficking and racketeering charges in the US. He's denied the allegations, with his lawyers saying in court the truth will prevail. Sally Patterson reports from New York.
Sean Combs is accused of rape and sexual assault in New York, Los Angeles and Las Vegas. The plaintiffs are both men and women. One says she was 13 when she was allegedly raped at a music awards after party. Several of the allegations involve drugs and alcohol. In a statement, Combs' lawyers say he's never sexually assaulted anyone, adult or minor, man or woman. He's currently being held in a Brooklyn jail over separate criminal charges. Prosecutors accuse the rapper of creating a criminal enterprise. Combs has denied any criminal wrongdoing.
Death row inmate Robert Roberson will not testify in a hearing on Monday after a bipartisan group of Texas lawmakers took unprecedented measures to subpoena him to save him from execution last week. Many believe Roberson is innocent and that his conviction of shaking his 2-year-old daughter Nikki to death hinges on, quote, junk science. Tony Waterman reports from Texas.
Roberson was meant to testify via video, but officials said his autism and years of solitary confinement made him ill-suited for video conferencing. Among those who did testify was TV personality Dr. Phil McGraw, who said he was 100% convinced that Roberson was facing a miscarriage of justice, saying his conviction hinges on outdated science. There is evidence Nikki may have died from undiagnosed pneumonia. The unprecedented subpoena has now kicked off a legal battle that will push Roberson's execution back at least 3 months.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP and mention Steve Summers' Overnight Drive.
Kreider's Plus One breaks a 2-decade drought in modified. Ellingson answers the bell in Region 3. And jury and judge whistle their way to titles north and south for the Bargees. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is NTPA Overnight Radio Report. The 2024 Championship Pulling Series has wound down to its traditional conclusion, the North Carolina State Fair Southern Showdown in Raleigh in 4 sessions from Friday through Sunday, October 18th through the 20th. Be there in person for one last chance at truck and tractor pulling under sun and moonlight for about 8 months. Or check it out online at fullpull.live. Either way, watch as we crown the last of our champions across Pro Puller Tires Region 4. Now, here are the modified champions from Regions 2, 3, and 6. Wayne Kreider, Churubusco, Indiana, Double Dose Plus One, 2024 NTPA Region 2 Modified Northwest Champion. Kreider had fallen to 4th after an 8th place finish on Friday in next door Arcola, and a 4th the next night did nothing to improve it. But Door is where the season hinged, because that's where Kreider found his stride with the win. The Big Mo carried over to the next night in Logansport and another W. With seconds in Charlotte and later Coldwater in early August, Double Dose became number 1 for the first and last time, passing Ken Miller's Corn and Soybean Special, and won for a 3rd time in Allegan. For the veteran Kreider, it marks his 2nd division championship. His first came in 2002. Brad, Ron, and Galen Bargee, Ansonia, Ohio, and Columbus, Indiana. The jury, Next Generation, 2024 NTPA Region 2 Modified Southeast Champions. The decision wasn't quite unanimous, but the verdict was never in doubt. After the Florida Series warm-up concluded with bookend wins, the jury rattled off 8 W's in the sub-region: Waynesburg, Paulding, Sandusky, and Norwalk with Brad, Wasion, Springpole, Zanesville, and hometown Greenville with Ron, and Urbana with Galen. The result was a 27-point margin over Ken Miller's indefatigable corn and soybean special. And then, with Bargee Team Vehicles judge and jury holding court at the Enderley, Ron made his first appearance there since 2005 and earned the jury's second straight pull-off victory. Tim Ellingson, Myrtle, Minnesota. Relentless, 2024 NTPA Terramax Region 3 Modified Champion. In his first year of ownership of Relentless, Ellingson ran unopposed for the title, facing only Doug Christensen's Grand National Pack Rat 4 at each of the 3 hooks, which happened to be scheduled over a brutal 3-day stretch. To his credit, Ellingson won 2 of the 3 in impressive fashion. In Anoka's Session 1 on Thursday, Relentless beat Pack Rat 369 feet to 318 feet. Then on Friday, Rat got closer, but Relentless was still victorious, 335 to 305. That sent the series 90 miles away to Menominee, where Christensen exacted his revenge. Galen and Randy Bargee, Columbus, Indiana, and Ansonia, Ohio. The judge, Next Generation, 2024 NTPA Region 6 Modified Champions. 5 hooks across the middle of Florida from January to April would place this Region 6 crown. On the first trip to back-to-back Ocala and Satsuma, Galen took the holler with both judge and jury in tow and came away with 2 wins with the judge and 1 with the jury. The performance established the judge as the leader by 5 points over its trailer mate. At that moment, with 2 advertised appearances yet to go, the fate of the division hung in the balance. However, a curfew truncated a long night in Clay County and reduced the title chase to a single Sunday run. There, Randy took the wheel and finished second to Ron's jury. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
All right, and as always, thank you so much, Mr. Dunlap, for the updates throughout the season. NTPA Truck and Tractor Pulling, sponsored by Hot Shot Secret, among others. But a great program to be a part of, as many of the pullers, some of the best, using Hot Shot Secret products and those top-of-the-line engines. So there you go. Another season closes out. I think we may have a final NTPA update of the season here. Maybe tonight or Wednesday night. Meanwhile, as we were out and about, cruising the high seas, I guess we saw some big-time drops in oil prices, which, based on the prices at the pump, especially in Miami, as we had flown in and out of Miami for the cruise, some of the listening friends, as we were taking some of the shuttle buses around, were noticing gas prices, in some cases, well over $5 a gallon for the regular unleaded. I don't know if they were suffering from, disruptions from the hurricanes. I'm not exactly sure. But elsewhere around the country, we're under $3 a gallon. Got back, and I think we were at $2.96. But oil prices actually up a bit on Monday, recouping some of last week's significant drops, more than 7% drop. Even with no let-up in the fighting in the Middle East, the expectation of retaliatory Israeli attacks on Iran, that does have the markets kind of concerned about supply from that region. Brent crude futures were up 58 cents this past day, but 73.63 per barrel. West Texas Intermediate was up about 1%, but it's 69.89 per barrel. Brent was more than 7% lower last week. West Texas Intermediate lost around 8%. Those were the contracts to the biggest weekly declines since early in September. Slowing economic growth in China, falling risk premiums in the Middle East. Israeli forces besieged hospitals and shelters. Shelters for displaced people in the northern Gaza this past day, stepping up their operations against the Palestinian militants. According to medics there, Israeli soldiers also carried out targeted strikes on sites belonging to Hezbollah's financial arm there in Lebanon. Yes, continued talks. Talks about a ceasefire. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken making another push for a ceasefire when he heads to the Middle East this past day. Supposed to be kicking off negotiations to end the Gaza war and try to defuse a spillover in Lebanon. But crude futures getting a lift Monday morning as escalated fighting continued in the Middle East. And, of course, the word, Israel preparing for more retaliatory strikes, likely into Iran. Now, they tried to explain the sell-off in crude over the past couple of weeks was mostly on long liquidation as the crude market continues to search for an equilibrium from slowing demand and unrest in the Middle East. Our number, 844-844-3388. As we're back with Gilligan, how you been?
Oh, not too bad, Steve. Thank you for taking my call. Well, I would like to wish you a belated happy birthday. My wife also had the same birthday a week ago today. So, yeah. I'm glad you enjoyed your cruise. Well, I got to jump in here and correct Pappy. I think he's been snorting too many lines tonight. The steel pennies were minted in 1943, not 44. There is a small number of 44 steel pennies, and last one I seen was worth about $15,000.
Wow.
There is about an equal number of copper pennies that it was 43, and that's the last time I seen. It's been like 25 years ago. I seen one of each. I knew two people. One had one, one had the other, and it was about $15,000.
Mm-hmm.
They were both coin collectors that had their shops. In fact, the one that had the copper 43, he handed me, and I looked at the most valuable coin I've ever had in my hands. He had an 1889 Carson City uncirculated silver dollar. At the time, the high book on that uncirculated 1889 Carson City silver dollar was $150,000. As you can tell, this man was a serious collector.
Yeah, no doubt.
It's crazy what some of these coins will bring. I've had gold, $5 gold pieces in my hands of his and stuff. It's interesting. It's really interesting. The silver quarters and dimes quit being minted after 1964. I'm not sure when the gold certificates stopped being printed for bills. I believe it was around 1950. Denominations, like I have a $20 bill, but it's too new. It was printed in 63. I got it when I was working at a store years ago, and it's like, yeah, it's worth $20. That's all it's worth, but it's real interesting to have one that old, you know.
Sure.
And, I do have some silver certificates from like the 30s and 40s and 50s. 30s, I think some of mine from 50s, the silver certificates I have. And I do have a Confederate $20 bill. Now, it's in extremely rough condition, but it is a Confederate $20 bill, I believe, dated 1863. Yeah, that kind of stuff can get very interesting, but it can also become very expensive. And, you know, if you don't know what you're doing, you're out here buying coins, you could make a serious mistake and be into something a lot of money and not worth near what you want, what you think. Of course, condition, like any collectible, is pretty much the key. And what I look at, it looks like a good coin or something. To an expert, it's not. I mean, it's amazing what hurts the value of a coin. I'm sure you're probably aware of that, and most of your listeners. And I keep saying, and it's I've about had enough of this one. Kamala Harris keeps on talking about how she's going to cut taxes and how Trump only cut taxes to the rich. Well, me and most of your listening audience, and I'm sure you did too, Steve, we all got a tax cut under Trump. Because if you're paying federal income tax, you ended up with a tax cut. The only thing I've heard Biden talk about is doing away with the Trump tax cuts, which will raise our taxes.
Yes, sir.
Isn't it amazing how many people were fooled by that line that tax cuts for the rich, tax cuts for the rich. We're going to cut your taxes. I know Clinton promised us a tax cut, but then he said he couldn't afford to give us, the middle class, a tax cut. It's been proven time and time again when you raise capital gains taxes, corporate taxes, it hurts businesses. And when you hurt businesses, you raise prices. They have to raise the prices to cover that, and they will move out of the country. I mean, Trump is bringing factories back to this country, manufacturing jobs, which is what built this country. But look at the 1941 when the Japanese bombed Pearl Harbor. Yamamoto was quoted as saying, "I'm afraid we have just awakened the sleeping giant."
Yeah.
Because he knew how strong our manufacturing base was. I mean, unfortunately, a lot of our manufacturing jobs have been shipped overseas. I haven't pulled steel in over 20 years. And I remember there were still steel mills in this country. There wasn't anywhere near what there was in the 70s and such. But from what I understand, a lot of them that was there 25 years ago or so, 25 years ago, have closed up too. I mean, I remember the old TV Steel there outside of Cleveland, U.S. Steel there in Bethlehem, just outside of Wheeling, West Virginia. I mean, from what I understand, they've closed up. It's amazing that this country thinks we can do everything on imported steel. Well, not everything, but almost everything. The left supports this, and I'll never understand why people support that mentality. Well, on a lighter note, Charlie finally did sober up. He didn't have to go into DTs this time, you'll be glad to hear. I talked to the right-wing nut there Saturday, and he's healing up. He's hoping to get back to work next month. So he seems to be, he says he's getting tired of pushing brooms. So I'm hoping he can get back out here and get into work, Well, Steve, that's about all I got. Just remember, Pappy, quit snorting lines and pay attention to what you're doing. I know you are the captain of the bomb squad and your head lieutenant is Rambler there, but, we need you more focused. I hope everybody has a safe night, and welcome back, Steve.
Thank you very much. Good to hear from you, Gilligan. Safe travels out there. One of the fun things that some of us attempted on this cruise was that they have they have the game shows, some of the dating shows, like the old Newlywed Squares kind of. They have a rendition of Family Feud, and it's pretty cool because they actually have the rights. I guess somehow Carnival Cruise Line's got the rights to have the full stage set up that is exactly like the real television version. And several of us in our group, you have to try out, like anything else, to get selected for your team to be a part of that. My team, it was me, my wife, my son, my daughter, and Brittany. Yeah, we didn't make it. Of all those that did try out, though, and of course, they have tons and tons of teams that try out just to make it. If you do make it at all, first of all, you have to have kind of trial runs, trial games to even make it to the main event, which I think that was Friday night, the main event. But one of our teams, which was Lester, a.k.a. Ironbeard, who calls in a couple times a year, not very often. Lester and his wife, Lester and Sharon. My wife's sister, Tina, was part of the team. Then we had, it was, Mama brought a friend. What the heck was her name? Anyway, she and then Jess Huff. And they named their team the Hillbillies. Go figure. So the Hillbillies made the final cut. Yeah, they were in the main event there Friday night, which kicked off at 7:30 p.m. Now, throughout the week, we always schedule a group photo to get all of our people in the group together to take that one photograph. And that worked out to be 7 o'clock p.m. Friday night. Sadly, for those who were participating in the Family Feud, they had to be backstage a little after 6 o'clock. So in our group photo, we missed Lester, Sharon, Tina, Jess, and I think some of their family members who wanted to be there were actually down there getting their seats. So we missed a handful in our group photograph. But if you go to the Overnight Drive Facebook page, the Steve Summers Overnight Cruise page, several folks have been sharing. They got some photographs of the Hillbillies. They actually, I guess you'd say, they won. They won the Family Feud, got to what they call the fast money at the end, where you've got the two contestants who are going to, first you get 20 seconds, and then the second contestant gets 25. They did not win in fast money. Lester and Jess were the two that competed for the fast money. And I think Jess got 89 points, so Lester had his work cut out for him. Somebody told me Lester got 6 points. What? 6 points? I'm trying to recall some of the questions. Name a place that it's always cold. Jess said Alaska. I think that was 39 points. That was one of the top answers. Then name a popular nut. And he says hickory nut. And we're like, what? Yeah, hickory nut. Yeah, Lester answered the same question. Where's a place that it's always cold? And he said Alaska. So he gets a meep. Try again. And what the hell was his second answer? Somewhere that it's not very good. That one was not a good one. And for the nut, he some kind of a nut that I hadn't even heard of. A popular kind of nut. Hickory nut. I think he got a big 0 on that. No, neither one of them said peanut. Yeah, even maybe walnut. Okay. And yes, Taylor Swift was in Miami. 3 nights. Friday, Saturday, Sunday night show. So the hotels, there in Miami were packed and stacked with all the Swifties. Came across the story this past day. I believe this was her final set of shows, was it? Here in the U.S. segment. She's on the Eras Tour. Say she spent $15 million to ship the stage equipment from the UK to the U.S. This Firefly Entertainment is, I guess, her company. Nearly $15.4 million, including insurance and freight, to ship about 850 tons of equipment from England to the USA, according to the Bill of Ladings. Nashville-based Firefly Entertainment worked with England-based fly-by-night conferences to ship 90 20-foot equivalent units from the port of Hamble to Port Everglades in Florida. Cargo ship. Swift began the European leg of the tour back in May in Paris, ended that with a show in London on August the 20th. So All right, it was not the final. Swift began the North America leg of the tour Friday in Miami. So she's already done a North American round because she stopped in this town at one point in time, 2 or 3 nights. She sells out everywhere she goes. So she kicked off Friday in Miami, set the record straight. The North America leg concludes in Vancouver, British Columbia on December the 8th. So get ready, Swifties will be out and about all over the country, I guess, in the coming weeks. All right, about a minute before news break time here. Clear lines at 844-844-3388. Coming up on the midnight hour on the West Coast. Some things never change. We talk, week after week. The issues with fires, with the electric vehicle batteries, cars, trucks. There's been a number of major road closures this year. Some of the bigger ones, California, Nevada, caused by crashing trucks that were carrying these lithium-ion batteries. Why are these battery fires so tough for the firefighters? It is a phenomenon known as thermal runaway. So we'll kind of break down. We had a major interstate shutdown back in July, another in August. High-profile crashes making national headlines. They kind of break down what is thermal runaway. More on that in our next hour. Great to have you on board. Kicking off a Tuesday. We'll check in with some of our other Facebook friends, see who else we've got on board as well. And again, 844-844-3388.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers' Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in Hong Kong, I'm Laura Westbrook. Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump are neck and neck across 7 battleground states with just 2 weeks left of campaigning. That's according to a new poll. A Washington Post Shah School poll of more than 5,000 registered voters conducted in the first half of October found both Kamala Harris and Donald Trump with 47% support among likely voters. Kate Fisher reports.
Among those who say they are likely to vote, Vice President Harris leads in 4 critical states: Georgia, Michigan, Pennsylvania and Wisconsin, while former President Trump leads in Arizona and North Carolina. They're tied made in Nevada. The survey has a margin of error of 1.7 percentage points.
Secretary of State Antony Blinken heads to Israel to push forward with stalled negotiations to bring back the hostages and end the war in Gaza. Israel has continued its heavy military campaign in Lebanon against Hezbollah. The United Nations has accused the Israeli army of deliberately demolishing a watchtower in southern Lebanon. Jody Jacobs reports from New York.
Sunday's attack comes just days after a series of what the United Nations says as worrying incidents in which a total of 5 peacekeepers have already been injured. Israel insists the Lebanese armed group Hezbollah has been attacking it from positions located in close proximity to peacekeeping posts. Hezbollah denies this. The UN has called on Israel to stop breaching UN positions, which is considered a flagrant violation of international law. Antonio Guterres says these may amount to war crimes. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has demanded Guterres get UNIFIL troops out of combat zones, alleging their presence was providing a human shield for Hezbollah. But the UN maintains that the mission is going nowhere.
India and China have agreed on a border pact that will see both sides coordinating their patrolling routines to avoid any escalation in tensions. The move is being hailed as a significant step towards restoring normal bilateral relations after the two sides were involved in a melee combat in 2020. Ishan Garg has more from New Delhi.
The understanding between New Delhi and Beijing comes after 21 rounds of talks between military leaders and several other rounds of negotiations between diplomats. Reports say the border pact gives patrolling rights to both armies in 2 contested areas. It's expected to restore some goodwill between the 2 armies. Much of the India-China border is not demarcated, and that has led to border disputes in many areas in the Himalayan region. It's also expected that the 2 sides will eventually scale down their military presence in the disputed region. The development comes just a day before Prime Minister Narendra Modi's visit to Russia for the BRICS summit, where he is expected to meet President Xi Jinping. And now analysts say there's every possibility that relations could finally move towards normalization.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks, looking in more detail today at Benjamin Netanyahu's possible strategy now in Lebanon. Following the killing of Hezbollah's leader Hassan Nasrallah and the Israeli killing in Gaza last week of Hamas leader Yahya Sinwar, the Americans are hoping that the Israeli leader might be persuaded back onto the diplomatic track. But Prime Minister Netanyahu insists his war will continue. Mark Lyle Grant is Britain's former national security advisor and the UK's former permanent representative at the United Nations.
Lebanon, unfortunately, is one of those countries where the state armed forces are not as strong as independent militias. Hezbollah's army is undoubtedly more powerful than the Lebanese armed forces. The way that Netanyahu is talking, he has his enemies both in Hezbollah, in Hamas, in Iran to some extent, the Houthis in Yemen, and on the back foot at the moment. And I don't think he is minded to ease up that military pressure on Israel's enemies at a time when they are on the ground, as it were, and allow for some sort of ceasefire which would give them some respite, potentially to rebuild their military strength. So I think this conflict will continue for some time to go.
And in recent days, Israel has broadened its targets, going after financial institutions in Lebanon, believed essentially to serve as Hezbollah's banks. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
The main news again. Former US President Donald Trump and Vice President Kamala Harris are neck and neck in swing states as they make their final pitches in the race to Election Day. US Secretary of State Antony Blinken heads to Israel for a high-stakes trip. The United Nations has accused the Israeli army of another attack on a peacekeeping site in southern Lebanon. India says it has reached a deal with China on patrolling their disputed border. And that is the latest feature story news. Laura Westbrook reporting.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
All right, what do you say? Welcome into a Tuesday. Turning the page on the calendar, cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast, 22nd day of October. All right, so yeah, counting down the days, Halloween, just around the corner. 2 weeks, I guess, from today? Election Day of 2024, a big one. All right, we'll kick off this hour some other industry headlines. There's lines wide open at 844-844-3388. Over the past weekend, Charlotte Fire Department responding to a major vehicle fire involving a truck powered by compressed natural gas, which, much like electric vehicle fires, presented a very unique, potentially hazardous situation. About 10 a.m. on the 19th, north on I-77 in Charlotte, North Carolina. By the time crews arrived, they found a UPS tractor trailer powered by compressed natural gas, completely engulfed in flames. Fortunately, the driver of the tractor detected the issue early, pulling over near the entrance to the rest area on 77 North before the thing really began to escalate. He was able to exit the vehicle, obviously headed a safe distance away, so no injuries. But the Charlotte Police and Fire said, Fire Command, the driver's quick thinking helped avoid potential harm to other motorists. Either way, firefighters said they had to take extra care to ensure that the CNG tanks were properly cooled and that the relief valves were functioning properly to avoid a potentially large explosion, right? Which kind of brings us back. This is what you deal with. Compressed natural gas, liquefied natural gas, lithium-ion batteries. Back in July, we'd recall the semi-truck hauling lithium-ion batteries that overturned near I-15 there along the Nevada-California state line, shutting down the interstate. Yeah, those batteries burned for days following that crash. Several weeks later, August 19th, the battery-powered Tesla Semi that crashed on I-80 near Emigrant Gap in California. That truck caught fire, spewing toxic fumes that actually triggered a National Transportation Safety Board investigation that determined it took 50,000 gallons of water to put that fire out. Another major truck crash involving lithium-ion batteries, September 17 near Indian Springs, Nevada. Near the 13-mile marker on Highway 95. One of the trucks involved was hauling wood. The other was hauling 31,000 pounds of lithium-ion batteries. Also sparked a major fire and lengthy road closures. Yeah, these crashes and the subsequent lithium-ion battery fires have become such a problem that in September, Nevada Representative Dina Titus introduced the Thermal Runaway Protection Act to strengthen federal regulation on the transportation of lithium-ion batteries. What is thermal runaway? After the July 26 incident, San Bernardino County Fire kind of broke down a description of how thermal runaway works and why it's so dangerous. It's a chain reaction inside of a lithium-ion battery that can lead to catastrophic failure, resulting in fires or explosions in some cases. It starts with an initial trigger, they say. Thermal runaway can be initiated by several factors. Obviously, something like physical damage, a puncture or being crushed, overcharging, manufacturing defects, or being exposed to extreme heat. Number 2 is internal heating. Once the trigger starts, a part of the battery starts to overheat. That can be due to an internal short circuit or a chemical reaction actually inside the battery. Then the chain reaction gets underway. The heat generated from the initial trigger increases the temperature in the battery, causing other parts of the battery generating even more heat. Suddenly, the temperatures are rapidly rising. The electrolyte inside the battery, which is a flammable liquid, actually starts to vaporize and decompose, and that's producing gases, further increasing the internal pressure and temperature. Next, the increasing pressure can cause the battery, the casing can actually rupture, releasing those flammable gases. These gases then ignite. Then you've got your fire or an explosion. The propagation, if the battery is part of a larger battery pack, the heat and the flames can spread then to adjacent cells, causing them to undergo thermal runaway as well. It's the progression. This can result in a large, intense fire that's obviously difficult to control. Firefighters also detailed why these sort of incidents are so dangerous. First of all, they can't put them out. It requires massive amounts of water to cool the battery and stop the chain reaction. Your traditional fire extinguishers pretty much don't do any good. As they are burning, toxic gases, lithium-ion batteries burning release toxic gases, hydrogen fluoride, which can be harmful if inhaled. Then even after the fire appears to be extinguished, you've got the risk of reignition. The battery cells, they say, can remain hot and unstable for hours or even days after the initial fire. Numerous cases where they've extinguished, say, a Tesla vehicle fire, towed it to a storage lot or a yard somewhere, and it reignites several days after the fact. All right, one final tidbit, and we'll get to Knucklebuster. Going to say welcome back with some baloney. There's a important update, an important, what do they call, a turnaround on I-35 in San Antonio that's going to be shut down for the next month. According to the Texas Department of Transportation, it started this past day, the 21st. The turnaround lane on I-35, Rittman Road, that reroutes the southbound I-35 access road north, now shut down through mid-November. It's part of the I-35 Northeast Expansion Project. According to My San Antonio News, this is near a busy trucking terminal along the stretch of highway that connects Austin and San Antonio. So they do say traffic congestion is expected throughout the duration of this closure. This is actually just phase one of what they call the NEX, or Northeast Expansion Project, which is going to add elevated lanes along the highway, scheduled to be done by 2027 at a cost of about $1.5 billion. Well, there he is. See how Knucklebuster's been over the last 10 days. Good morning.
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. You got some explaining to do to me because I thought you were due back tomorrow morning.
Well, this is Tuesday morning.
Oh, okay. Well, then my bad then. Well, it's glad to have you back. Anyway, I'm on my way down to Miami, Florida this morning there. I just started out of Memphis, so it'll be a long ride. You can entertain me tonight and tomorrow night there. Do you know who Peyton Houston is?
Doesn't ring a bell.
He's a high school football player, Steve. He nearly broke the high school football record. He had 817 yards passing. He scored 8 touchdowns. They had 2 running touchdowns for 107 yards. And Steve, they lost 77-76 in overtime.
Wow.
Ain't that crazy?
That is.
Yep. Well, looks like neither one of them had a defense worth flip. They got that kind of score, right?
Exactly, yeah.
Yep. Well, this Colorado woman, she ran 2,200 miles of the Appalachian Trail in 40 days, beating the fastest known time record. That's a lot of running. That's more running than I want to do.
I thought it took like months.
How about you?
I thought it took months for someone. If she did the entire Appalachian Trail, that normally takes months.
Right. And 40 days.
Wow.
Oh, that'd be about a month and a half. But she was running it. She wasn't walking it. Most people just walk that thing there, right? Yeah. Man, that's more running. You know, I used to run back when I was in the Marine Corps, but I can't do that now. I wouldn't even want to attempt to it there. Well, you know, we was talking about them John Deere tractors there that your son's got, and I've got a couple of them there, and the ones I've got say they're built by John Deere in Greenville, Tennessee. That's what the tag on it says. I don't know about somebody else building them things there. So, did you know they have a mysterious doorway discovered in Antarctica?
It's called a mysterious what?
Oh. A mysterious doorway.
Doorway. Well, where does
Antarctica?
Where does the door lead?
Yeah, I don't know what it is there. It's, you Google it on the New York Post there. Mysterious doorway discovered in Antarctica. ISBIA Google Maps. And all kinds of conspiracy theories have run wild. But jet plane there.
I'll have to check on that. Yes, is the doorway to the doorway to the center of the earth?
Yeah, could be. I don't know. Knows more than what I know there, right? Well, Columbus. He's been verified. His remains have been verified after 500 years. So he was a Jew. Ain't that crazy?
Really?
Yeah. That's on Fox News there. And this Arkansas father was arrested after allegedly killing a man he found with his missing 14-year-old daughter. That was the second time he had caught that guy with his daughter. He was like 60, 70-something. One of them perverts there, right?
Right,
hey,
right.
They need to just let him go. Yep, I don't blame him. I'd have killed him the first time there. So, anyway, that's all my old baloney for right now there. It's good to have you back, man. So, did you have a good time on your cruise?
Yeah, we had a blast. Yes, sir. Good times.
That's good. I think you had to dodge a tropical storm down there, did you?
Yeah, there was. We actually had a couple of systems out there, but we wouldn't have known otherwise. Things weren't. We had beautiful weather every day.
Well, that's good. We were down there at Yucatan Peninsula one time when them hurricanes come up in behind us there. And let me tell you something, buddy. They showed us that boat knowed how to book. And they got us right on back over there to Miami before that hurricane ever even caught up with us there. So that was back several years ago there. So
it was Saturday night, and I think they must have had this thing full steam ahead. I think we were doing like 23 knots or something, which is pretty fast out there on a big ship.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, they know how to make them things go. Well, it's good to have you back there, man. And the rest of the night, I just chance said, I don't know. I said, Steve, due back tomorrow night. I'll just listen to a little bit of repeat. I don't normally listen to repeat, so I won't even watch a movie a second time. So anyway, that's all of my. I had to go. We'll call back later on tonight with some more if I can come up with some there, right?
Very good. Well, hey, good to be back with you there, Knuckle Buster. The mysterious doorway, Google Maps, the place of great discovery, and the latest sighting, maybe one of the oddest yet. Okay, we'll discuss.
Hey, Kenworth owners, is your AC and heating performing poorly with little airflow in the cab? Soaring Eagle HD Truck Parts is here to solve your worries. Offering aftermarket replacement HVAC boxes and stainless steel with high output blowers receiving 50 to 100% better airflow, guaranteed. Not only that, but they also manufacture many other aluminum and stainless steel storage accessories. Check out their website at www.soaringeaglehd.com or call toll-free 1-833-455-2473. Serving you yesterday, today, and for the future.
Keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
That is correct. Someone is in East Antarctica, just southeast of a Japanese research outpost, where An eagle-eyed Google Earth user, Google Maps user, spotted a mysterious doorway, which has become the topic of wild theories online. Some speculating it's Bigfoot's vacation home, or maybe a marooned shuttlecraft from Star Trek. One Reddit user who noticed the ominous structure, they list the coordinates, simply asked, "Massive door in Antarctica." One suggested it's just a blown-off Boeing door, referencing the mid-air massive mishap back in January. Another suggesting, I wonder if they get DoorDash there. John Smelly says, what would you do without the conspiracy theorists? He's a professor and volcanologist at the University of Leicester. Scientists revealing what they believe the structure really is, and it's not nearly as exciting as some of the conspiracies. After looking at the coordinates on the Google Earth Pro and seeing historical imagery, they said that the mysterious doorway is actually an area of what they call fast sea ice just offshore the coast, littered with a series of islands where shallow water exists. This is an iceberg that became grounded and is now stuck and melting out in place. You can see many other icebergs in the area. Another professor at London's Grantham Institute agreeing, saying this is simply ice flow around a solid subglacial obstacle influenced by melting and refreezing of ice and the winds. The ice is quite thin here, as evidenced by the outcrops of rocks nearby. So the influence of the bed on ice flow would be rather strong, he continues. It's not very surprising glaciologically. There's a new word for you, glaciologically. Smelly added, it looks like a short rocky ridge outcrop had been exhumed due to a lowering of the ice, explaining that the protrusion forms the top of the doorway. And there are two prominent parallel snow trails that form the sides of the doorway. Okay. So there you go. With a good imagination, there is a weak, totally false door-like appearance here. I'm pretty sure it's just a natural phenomenon. Nothing to get excited about. Nothing to see here. Okay. Thanks for the heads up there, Knucklebuster. Danica Patrick, the former NASCAR driver, explaining that she's never voted in a presidential election in her life, but that will change next month. More after this.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Kate Fisher. US Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump are virtually neck and neck across the 7 battleground states, with just 2 weeks left of campaigning before the 2024 presidential election, according to a new poll. A Washington Post Shah School poll of more than 5,000 registered voters taken during the first half of October found both Kamala Harris and Donald Trump with 47% support among those who said they will definitely or probably cast a ballot. Among likely voters, the vice president leads in Georgia, Michigan, Pennsylvania and Wisconsin, while Trump enjoys advantages in Arizona and North Carolina. They're tied with 48% support in Nevada. The survey has a margin of error of 1.7 percentage points. Sean Diddy Combs is facing 7 new lawsuits, including allegations that he raped a minor. The music mogul already faces criminal sex trafficking and racketeering charges in the US. He's denied the allegations, with his lawyers saying in court the truth will prevail. Sally Patterson reports from New York.
Sean Combs is accused of rape and sexual assault in New York, Los Angeles and Las Vegas. The plaintiffs are both men and women. One says she was 13 when she was allegedly raped at a music awards after party. Several of the allegations involve drugs and alcohol. In a statement, Combs' lawyers say he's never sexually assaulted anyone, adult or minor, man or woman. He's currently being held in a Brooklyn jail over separate criminal charges. Prosecutors accuse the rapper of creating a criminal enterprise. Combs has denied any criminal wrongdoing.
Death row inmate Robert Roberson will not testify in a hearing on Monday after a bipartisan group of Texas lawmakers took unprecedented measures to subpoena him to save him from execution last week. Many believe Roberson is innocent and that his conviction of shaking his 2-year-old daughter Nikki to death hinges on, quote, junk science. Tony Waterman reports from Texas.
Roberson was meant to testify via video, but officials said his autism and years of solitary confinement made him ill-suited for video conferencing. Among those who did testify was TV personality Dr. Phil McGraw, who said he was 100% convinced that Roberson was facing a miscarriage of justice, saying his conviction hinges on outdated science. There is evidence Nikki may have died from undiagnosed pneumonia. The unprecedented subpoena has now kicked off a legal battle that will push Roberson's execution back at least 3 months.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383 to
plenty of room for you. Yes, 844-844-3388. As yes, we are back live after a brief hiatus for our overnight drive cruise. Had a great time. So I mentioned Danica Patrick. She was on Jesse Waters' Primetime. And I guess she actually admitted that she's never voted in a presidential election. Why? She also reveals that she will be voting in this election. It feels like voting for Donald Trump is like the vote of reason. It's like the rational, reasonable choice, she says. She added she doesn't understand why MAGA, or the slogan of Make America Great Again, is considered an insult to some. There's a big divide between men and women right now when voting for Trump, and she explained why one of the common reasons she hears that people won't vote for Trump is not good enough. There's a difference, definitely, between the way men and women are voting. And I think maybe one of the reasons why women are having a harder time with the vote is just the guy's personality. That's the most common answer you hear. I just can't vote for him. That's not a good enough reason. She said you don't have to go to dinner with him. You just have to like the country you live in. They also discussed Trump's surprising McDonald's diners in Pennsylvania last week, where Danica said that kind of showed everyone that the qualities she likes most about him. I think he has a great sense of humor. I think he's a man amongst the people. Yeah, when you wrap that up with the humility he has, the sense of humor that he has, the off-the-cuff confidence he has, his ability to go unscripted and be in so many scenarios where he has to essentially be himself. It's all of those. That's something you just don't see from the other side. Yeah, I think that's one of the most endearing and important qualities about him. And that's just being him. Now, she did explain why she hadn't voted in the past and what changed her mind on getting educated about politics. It's not something I'm proud of, I would say, but it's true. Now, Danica remains the only woman to win an IndyCar Series race in history. She said, to explain myself slightly, one of the rules I had for myself in all these past elections, no matter what has happened, is I said, look, if I don't vote, it doesn't mean I don't have an opinion, but I'm not going to tell anybody about it. I don't have a problem with anything. I can't complain about anything because I didn't do my part. And for so long, racing was all I did. That was my only focus. I didn't have time or energy to understand politics. But everything changed when she started to watch the news this year. She said it's become more and more. That's all I watch. She also attended America Fest in Phoenix last December, which reinforced her love of the country, she said. There were so many great speakers. I posted some pictures afterwards. Spoke about attending the event. Of course, it was very red, white, and blue. Red is also my favorite color. And I basically just said, I love this country. AmFest, America Fest, I love this country. Seems like the place to be. It drew so much media attention. One female kind of waking up to the reality. Now, no doubt about it, it was a dig at Kamala Harris when Trump showed up to work at McDonald's over the weekend. Harris here several months ago when she said she worked at Mickey D's. She did fries, in her own words. I did fries when I was younger. To which no one to date has ever found any evidence to support her claim, not even Snopes. So Sunday, Trump made good on his promise. He went to work at a Mickey D's in Pennsylvania, Bucks County. Police closed the busy streets around the McDonald's he visited, kind of cordoned off the restaurant as a crowd, a couple blocks long, gathered along the roadways. I mean, you got to see the video. The crowds that were out there, 10, 15 people deep on the side of the road, massive crowds lining the street to get a glimpse of Trump, honking the horns, waving the flags, holding their signs, taking photos. The AP Associated Press ran a title that said, Trump visiting McDonald's while offering no evidence for saying Harris didn't work there in college. Astounding. This has gotten simply ridiculous. He has to offer evidence that she didn't work there. She has offered up zero evidence she did. Like I said, even Snopes said they have found no evidence that she worked there. So another example of just how in the tank the media can be, the Associated Press. But Trump and the cheering crowd outside McDonald's served up a little bit of reality. Trump was ready to go. He was eating lunch. Yeah, walked up and actually got a little training on how it works to make the fries. They put him to work on the spuds with the hot oil. He was filling containers with fries, bagging up the orders. He actually complimented his trainers that were helping him out, said they did a good job teaching him. Then he moved over to the drive-thru, complimented a good-looking family, said he'd be paying for it because he made it himself. And a lot of folks loved it. So kind of a photo op, but just, hey, no one's found any evidence that she ever worked at McDonald's. There has to be some records somewhere. It is 844-844-3388. Good morning to the Grasshopper.
Well, good morning. Welcome home.
Thank you, sir.
I was sitting on the back porch the other day, and it's like, you know what? This ain't such a bad country. I don't have bombs going over my head, and don't have to carry my rifle with me all the time.
Yeah.
So yeah, can you imagine living in Israel or another? Wow, I just have to worry about that day after day after day.
Yeah.
Crazy. I sent you a text. I don't know if you get my text or not about that. The Delphi trial, but it's on Fox 59.
Yeah, I mentioned that. I mentioned that earlier. So you're the one that was saying that they might have the wrong guy?
I don't know. It's possible that they don't. But when you read through the testimonies of yesterday on Fox 59, it's like, I just don't know how one guy pulled that off, but he's supposedly admitted several times that he'd done it.
Yeah.
But he's been under solitary confinement all these years he's been in there. So, I just don't know. It's a crazy, crazy story and a crazy, crazy trial already. So I don't know how long it's going to go on. But we're on this new Honeywell system tonight. I'm not sure if I'm liking it yet. ELD/handheld thing. They wouldn't even connect me to my truck when I got ready to go. They said, here's your video to watch last week. Then they just throw you in the truck. So, there you go. Good luck. It's like, we had to call another driver that's been on him for a little bit. He kind of got me through, got me out the gate anyway. So,
what was the reasoning for why did they change ELDs?
Well, we were on PeopleNet, and
I think we lost our connection there, didn't we? Yes, we did.
Ready to connect. Click connect.
Let's take care of that. See if we can get him back here. Meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388.
Web interface. Recording is on.
All right.
Looks like so.
So I'm sorry, Grasshopper. We lost you briefly there. You were on PeopleNet, and then I had to kind of reconnect the phone. I'm sorry.
Yeah, we were on PeopleNet, and we had a separate handheld for our daily tasks and stuff like that we get paid off of with our paycheck. And now it's on one one handheld system, ELD and the other. So I had to call a guy to help me get going last night because he'd been on them for about 3 weeks. So he talked me through it to get me going. So it was a good deal. Have buddies like that,
right?
Yeah, if you get a chance, read that Fox 59 article out of Indianapolis, and come to your own conclusions, I guess. But
all right, yes.
Other than that, that's all I want to do is check with you and easing on to the house here.
Check it in. I appreciate it, Grasshopper. Thank you for listening in. So I see. So this is all what started since we were gone. Got some catching up to do. So what? Yesterday was day 3, apparently. WISH out of Indianapolis. The third day of testimonies in the trial of the Delphi murder suspect Richard Allen, concluding this past day at the courthouse in Delphi. The 52-year-old charged with murder and murder while committing or attempting to commit kidnapping in the deaths of a 13-year-old Abigail Williams and 14-year-old Liberty German, known as Libby, whose bodies were found near the Modern High Bridge, February of 2017. So it's been 7 years, right? Now, they said he was first investigated in 2017, then again in October of 22. After a second police interview, he was taken into custody. I guess that's where he's been since then, right, for several years. They kind of break down, what transpired during the hearings. Indiana State Police Trooper Brian Olhey takes the stand. He was one that was called to the crime scene in 2017, which he described as a wooded, steep area. Temperatures in the mid-50s. Where his deputies were documenting the evidence of the crime scene. Supposedly some very graphic photographs were shown. What evidence that he and his officers documented? Photos of the girl's wounds, a pool of blood, and other parts of the primary crime scene known as Ground Zero. Okay, he also documented that the collecting wet clothing. He said that the wet items were moved to a dry room at the state police post to protect from mold and mildew that might lead to deterioration. He talked about collecting the bodies and the blood from the scene on the following days, 14th and 15th. He attended the autopsy to document the evidence. Questioning that resumed in the afternoon, Police Sergeant Jason Page, who said it wasn't his job to determine the girl's times of death, when asked an opinion about when that might have happened. And he asked, do you know if a rape test kit was given? To which he said, I would assume I wasn't there. Then they asked about the sticks that were placed over the bodies. Page said he'd seen the death investigations where bodies had sticks placed over them. Page said in Delphi, a human appeared to have placed the sticks over the girls' bodies. And they asked about the size of the footprints found, the blood around the area where the bodies were found, information on the hair found in Abby's hand. So I guess, I'm sure like Court TV is probably covering this live wall to wall throughout the day, right? This is pretty significant trial. One of significant interest, obviously, especially to people there in the heart of Indiana. I'd venture to Vic's probably tuning into that, trying to keep up with the latest. Get back to your calls coming up. I believe Rick chimes in right after this, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Hey, Kenworth owners, is your AC and heating performing poorly with little airflow in the cab? Soaring Eagle HD Truck Parts is here to solve your worries. Offering aftermarket replacement HVAC boxes and stainless steel with high output blowers receiving 50 to 100% better airflow guaranteed. Not only that, but they also manufacture many other aluminum and stainless steel storage accessories. Check out their website at www.soaringeaglehd.com or call toll-free 1-833-455-2473. Serving you yesterday, today, and for the future.
Keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stables' proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives
At
are
Hot
sold.
Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, rolling on through the late night, early morning hours. A brand new day. Rick, I believe. Good morning. What's happening?
Hey, Steve. How you doing?
Hanging with them. Good to be back in the saddle again.
I can imagine it is. Glad to have you back. Glad you had a good time. I caught up on a lot of your Monday shows there because I don't work Mondays, so I was able to listen to some of the podcasts there and everything. I have a question I just wanted to ask some of the other drivers out there. I've have some relatives that live in Florida, and they were flooded out at Hurricane Ian. They lost their home, and they rebuilt, and they lost their home again with this Hurricane Milton. So they are done with Florida, and they're moving north back to New England. And I haven't been down that way in a while, and usually I go up 26 to 77 to 81, but I wasn't sure about 26 down here because I hear people talk about 26 and 40 all the time. So I was just wondering if anybody knew if 26 to 77 to 81 was okay, or if I should maybe go up to Fredericksburg on 95 and take 17 to 66 to 81. And I didn't know if anybody out there had any thoughts on that.
All right, yeah, with the whole I-40 and 26 thing shut down, and
Yeah.
I'm not sure what section of 26 is impacted there.
Right. Well, I didn't know if somebody might have an idea. Maybe they would could express it on a call or something.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I appreciate that. I love the show. Listen all the time, every day. And thanks for doing what you do.
I thank you so much for tuning in.
Okay, Steve. Talk to you later then.
All righty. Thank you. One of the most pivotal battleground states, as it's referred to in this year's election, Georgia. According to Fox News this past day, they already have seen more than 1.4 million folks cast their ballots, early voting. Georgia's been shattering turnout records since early voting began 1 week ago today, last Tuesday. As of Monday morning, the state elections website showed 1,347,000 and some change ballots were cast in person so far, while just over 80,000 absentee ballots have already been returned and accepted. Now, over the weekend, they said Sunday, there was Sunday voting in several counties. And again, the voters set another record, according to the chief operating officer in the Georgia Secretary of State's office yesterday, who posted as of 2:30 over 25,000 Georgians had cast ballots. That's on a Sunday. The previous Sunday record was 24,000 back in 2022. Now they're saying, keep up the great work. Counties, voters. Sunday's total count ended up being just over 42,400. Yet nearly double the 2022 tally. On the first day of early voting alone, Georgians cast more than 313,000 in-person ballots, 123% higher than the previous day one record. Total turnout so far, this is early voting, accounts for nearly 20% of Georgia's population of active voters. While voters made up the largest share of that total so far, white voters made up the largest share, followed by black voters. Georgia women are slightly outnumbering men in the pre-election day tally, 55.4 to 45.4. Georgia has obviously been a key focal point to the battle between Trump and Kamala Harris. Both sides have spent enormous amounts of time and money in the state, a state that Joe Biden won by less than 1% here 4 years ago. Harris spent her 60th birthday in Atlanta this past day, visiting a couple of churches alongside Stevie Wonder. Trump will participate in a religious event himself in rural Georgia sometime later this week. He'll be in Pike County on Wednesday. All right, final hour coming up. Lines wide open at 844-844-3388.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride. One that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
From Feature Story News in the UK, I'm John Beaver. Around 1,100 prisoners are due to be freed early from jails in England and Wales today. It's part of efforts to ease prison overcrowding and follows the release of nearly 2,000 prisoners in September. In a bid to find a long-term solution, the UK government is launching a sentencing review that will explore tougher punishments outside of prison while making sure there's space to incarcerate the most dangerous offenders. Lord Timpson, Minister of State for Prisons, told the Prison Governors Association conference that they were trying to repair the damage done by the previous government.
It hasn't been easy trying to rehabilitate offenders in a system teetering on the edge of disaster. A system that, when we came into government, has been run at 99% capacity for months. None of this is your doing. In fact, the PGA has been sounding the alarm bell loud and clear.
India and China have agreed on a border pact that will see both sides coordinating their patrolling routines to try and avoid any escalation in tensions. The move is being hailed as a significant step towards restoring normal bilateral relations after the two sides were involved in a melee in 2020. Ishan Garg has more from New Delhi.
Reports say the border pact gives patrolling rights to both armies in two contested areas. It's expected to restore some goodwill between the two armies. Much of the India-China border is not demarcated, and that has led to border disputes in many areas in the Himalayan region. It's also expected that the two sides will eventually scale down their military presence in the disputed region. The development comes just a day before Prime Minister Narendra Modi's visit to Russia for the BRICS summit, where he is expected to meet President Xi Jinping. And now analysts say there's every possibility that relations between the two Asian giants could finally move towards normalization.
New research shows that hundreds more infants have died in the United States than expected since the Supreme Court overturned abortion access in 2022. Since then, more than 20 states have implemented bans or restrictions on the medical procedure. Tony Waterman has more.
Researchers from The Ohio State University found a 7% spike in infant mortality in certain months following the Dobbs decision. In October of 2022 and March and April of 2023, nearly 250 additional deaths were recorded on average per month. The vast majority of the deaths were caused by congenital abnormalities, which previously would have led to abortions. The researchers say their findings could be just the tip of the iceberg, since more states have implemented restrictions in the months after their study ended.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks, looking in more detail today at Benjamin Netanyahu's possible strategy now in Lebanon. Following the killing of Hezbollah's leader Hassan Nasrallah and the Israeli killing in Gaza last week of Hamas leader Yahya Sinwar, the Americans are hoping that the Israeli leader might be persuaded back onto the diplomatic track. But Prime Minister Netanyahu insists his war will continue. Mark Lyle Grant is Britain's former national security advisor and the UK's former permanent representative at the United Nations.
Lebanon, unfortunately, is one of those countries where the state armed forces are not as strong as independent militias. Hezbollah's army is undoubtedly more powerful than the Lebanese armed forces. The way that Netanyahu is talking, he has his enemies both in Hezbollah, in Hamas, in Iran to some extent, the Houthis in Yemen, and on the back foot at the moment. And I don't think he is minded to ease up that military pressure on Israel's enemies at a time when they are on the ground, as it were, and allow for some sort of ceasefire which would give them some respite, potentially to rebuild their military strength. So I think this conflict will continue for some time to go.
And in recent days, Israel has broadened its targets, going after financial institutions in Lebanon, believed essentially to serve as Hezbollah's banks. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
To recap the top stories, around 1,100 prisoners are due to be freed early from jails in England and Wales today, as part of efforts to ease prison overcrowding. India and China have agreed on a border pact that will see both sides coordinating their patrolling routines to avoid any escalation in tensions. And new research shows that hundreds more infants have died in the United States than expected since the Supreme Court overturned abortion access in 2022. That's the latest feature story news. John Beaver reporting.
Final hour underway here on a Tuesday. Yes, a Tuesday feels like a Monday to me. Hello to Roki. Yeah, we're back. Good to have you on board this morning. Roki says October 22nd. October 22nd to November 5th. Each day, one petition signer from either Pennsylvania, Georgia, Nevada, Arizona, Michigan, Wisconsin, or North Carolina will earn $1 million. That's Elon Musk. I think I had the story from several weeks ago before we headed out on the cruise about somebody had brought that up. Elon Musk paying people to sign the petition via the American PAC. I might still have that story over here. There's Norman checking in from Kansas City this morning. Delivered my crane parts, that it's off to, Odessa, Missouri, where we'll pick up a load of tractor parts. We were hauling scrap last week. Everybody have a good morning. And hello to Mike just chimed in. Welcome back, Steve. It's about damn time. Okay. I don't know. It's a good thing to be missed, right? Good to be back in the saddle again. Other trucking issues. All right, this past day, Wisconsin officials announcing the receipt of a federal grant to be used to expand truck parking by 280%. A pair of rest area locations along the I-43 corridor. Wisconsin Governor Evers announced the Wisconsin DOT received a $125 million federal grant for improvement project at the two rest areas along 43 between Green Bay and Manitowoc. Officials say that they will reconstruct the 44-year-old facilities at the Maribel Rest Area 51 and Denmark Rest Area 52, adding 72 commercial truck parking spaces across the two facilities. So that's not a massive amount of parking. Obviously, if that's a 280% increase, there ain't a whole lot of truck parking there at those rest areas, right? Increasing high-mast lighting will be a part of the project in the commercial vehicle parking lot to enhance security for truck drivers, modernizing the facilities, including restroom facilities, ADA accessibility, and pedestrian access, adding an oversized weight staging area to support trucks hauling oversized loads, addressing some of the roadway deficiencies, including pavement deterioration, ramp shoulders, and beam guard. All right, so I don't know. They got the money now. How many years will it take to get that done, right? Like everything else. Construction. Man, there was a ton of construction going on there in Miami. That's only the second time that I've actually spent a little bit of time in Miami since I was 15 years old. My dad was actually working on a radio gig there in Miami when I was 15 and got to fly down and spend a few days there. A lot has changed. Meanwhile, the American Truck Historical Society will honor this year's American Trucking and Industry Leader Hall of Fame inductees this week in Kansas City, Missouri. Being recognized here, which will actually be tomorrow, the 23rd, Wednesday. The newest members of the Hall of Fame: Robert Young of ABF, John Ruan of Ruan Transportation, Marvin Rush, a.k.a. Rush Enterprises, and Frederick McKinley Jones, Thermo King. American Truck Historical Society welcomes its members in the Kansas City community to celebrate with us and enjoy the Hall of Fame induction of 4 industry greats. We'll also have a local selection of historical trucks on display, including the OOIDA tour trailer, which is always a crowd favorite, the induction ceremony honoring individuals whose contributions have had a lasting impact on the transportation industry, scheduled to begin at 1:30 Central Time Wednesday afternoon at the American Truck Historical Society headquarters there in Kansas City, Missouri. We're thrilled to honor these pioneers who shaped the transportation industry. Tom Mullen, chair of the American Trucking and Industrial Leader Hall of Fame. Robert Young founded ABF. Fred Jones revolutionized truck and rail refrigeration. John Ruan was a leader in transportation logistics, and Marvin Rush established the nationwide dealership chain Rush Enterprises. Some of the previous inductees into the Industry Leader Hall of Fame include OOIDA and Dave Nemo in 2021, Bill and Carolyn Moon in 22, Harry Kent and Edgar Worthington last year. Several other individuals and trucking companies will be recognized during the event tomorrow. Formed in 1971, the American Truck Historical Society to preserve the history of trucking, the industry and its pioneers. International in scope, about 15,000 members, 100 chapters, spanning 23 countries and all 50 states here in the USA. It is 844-844-3388. Let's see, we're scrapping a 200-foot tall chimney from an old cement plant in Kansas City. All right, wrecking ball time. Meanwhile, the CNI dog. Well, good morning.
Good morning. How are you doing?
Well,
Do you remember,
back in the saddle. Back in the saddle again.
There you go. Do you remember 2016 election night? I called you up on the phone and asked you to play a song. You remember that?
I have no idea what song you asked me to play.
I asked you to play Let Freedom Ring by Martina McBride.
Okay.
And at the time, song to play, but over the years I've thought about that song a lot, and it actually has a lot of parts to it, moving parts that I really like. Would you like me to break it down for you?
Yeah, and I'm trying to remember. Who was it that used that? Was it Rush Limbaugh or Glenn Beck? Somebody used that on a daily basis.
Sean Hannity.
Hannity, okay, Hannity, yep.
Yes, I called up and they didn't play it, and then I called back, okay, CNI dog, we'll play your song. I remember you telling me that. That's Hannity's song.
Okay.
But they banned Hannity from using it, I guess, or they asked him to stop using it. Now, this is my opinion. Let Freedom Ring. Some people could say that they're not free, let the white dove sing. The white dove, in my opinion, is Donald Trump. Let the whole world know today is the day of reckoning. And it was like that because, you had China, you had North Korea, Russia, and a lot of countries. Let the weak be strong.
Yeah.
I think a lot of us been weak-minded. We would go to sleep, busy with our lives, trying to make ends meet, watching movies, watching sports. Let the right be wrong. Rush Limbaugh used to call some Republicans being rhinos.
Uh-huh.
I don't quite understand that too well. I'm not picking on anybody in particular. It's just, what I heard from Rush. I used to listen to Rush a long time ago. Roll the stone away. I think that's a good one for me because in the Bible, when Jesus left the tomb, the stone was rolled away.
Yes, sir.
And they went looking for the body. Let the guilty pay. I'll leave that alone. And it's Independence Day. It means a lot to me, personally. Now, I'm not trying to dispel this on anybody or try to change the way anybody thinks about it, but that's what it meant to me. Second thing I want to say is I put a lot of fluids in my my car, like products that you offered on your show.
Yes, sir.
It was a Mustang. I bought it in 2005, and I kept it, and then I bought another car in 2018. And I talked to some mechanics, they say, I don't trust fluids. Well, then how do you lubricate your engine without oil, or how do you get it to move without gas? But I saw that car because I kind of customized it after I had it for a while. I kind of revamped it. I saw it pass me on the highway about 2 months ago, and I would have to honestly say that aftermarket lubrication, other than oil, like Hot Shot Secret, I honestly believe that works because that was 8 years ago that I got rid of that car. So, yeah. That's all I got for now. I plan on calling more, and I might follow the way of heat wave and have a little bit of fun.
Okay,
right.
Senior Heat Wave, a.k.a. the right-wing nut. Pappy, he chimed in a bit earlier. I mentioned that question when the hillbillies were on the Family Feud. And I remembered it was Jesse. The question was, name a popular kind of nut. Jesse's answer was hickory nut. And Lester's answer was macadamia nut. No walnut, no peanut, no pecan. Hickory nut. Okay. Pappy said that they should have used right-wing nut. I think that would have got the same number because it was a big zero.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Well, hello to Truck and Phil, who chimes in via email. You know, Truck and Phil, he's another one of those, pretty much on a daily basis, says hello via email in the morning. I don't think he ever actually picks up the phone and dials us up. Actually got to meet one of those individuals who over the years has oftentimes emailed on numerous occasions. Yeah, got to put a face with the emailer. He goes by the handle Kingpin. It was great to meet Kingpin and his lovely wife, and this was their first cruise ever. Yeah, so I met him there at the Embassy Suites on evening the night before the cruise. Got a chance to chat with them a little bit, and yeah, he introduced himself as Kingpin, and he said this is kind of like the make it or break it thing. They had never done a cruise. The wife insisted, and he was kind of alluding kind of like, I don't know if it's a good idea or not to do an 8-day cruise for your first ever. They had a wonderful time. You know, saw him off and on throughout the week. You see people in passing. Of course, you see everybody at the dining room in the evening. Typically try to sit down and say hello, how things going. But I saw him up at the breakfast buffet almost every morning. I said, "How you doing? Are you having fun?" Having fun. Good morning, Mr. Summers, the Hot Shot Secret Nation, and the great product of Staybill. Warm it up to 77 Fort Wayne, 76 for Sterling Heights today. Welcome back from yet another one of those great cruises. Sounds like welcome back. An awesome time as always. You mentioned the murders of the two young girls in Delphi, Indiana, off Highway 25, Carroll County. I've been following the trial. Awful. They had to come to Allen County, Indiana to appoint a judge and pick a jury. A trial taking place in Carroll County, Indiana. So, yes, safe travels. We are ready to depart Fort Wayne for Sterling Heights, Michigan, and flip back once again. Semper Fi from Truck and Phil. And it appears this past day, as we kicked off a new week, the investigation into how was it possible for someone to get as close as they did to former President Trump and attempt to assassinate him on July 13. The preliminary report was issued, and the report said this was preventable should not have happened. This is a bipartisan House panel investigating the shooting and what they're calling the stunning security failures. Again, released on Monday, the latest look at the cascading, wide-ranging law enforcement failings that prevented that shooting in Butler, PA. Trump, of course, struck in the ear. One rally-goer killed, 2 others wounded. Members of both the House and Senate have repeatedly questioned why the Secret Service, who is tasked with protecting the country's top leaders, did not do a better job communicating with local authorities during that rally, particularly when it came to securing the building that was widely agreed to be a security threat, but ultimately was left so unprotected that Thomas Crooks could climb on the roof and take his shot. Lawmakers in their report focused on the fragmented lines of communication and unclear chains of command between the Secret Service, Pennsylvania state, and local police, but placing the majority of the blame on the Secret Service for the breakdown. Federal, state, and local law enforcement officers could have engaged Thomas Crooks at least several pivotal moments throughout the afternoon as Crooks' behavior was increasingly suspicious. Those fragmented lines of communications allowed Crooks to evade law enforcement, climb onto the unsecured roof, where he eventually would open fire. Put simply, the evidence obtained by the task force to date shows the tragic, shocking events of July 13 were preventable, should not have happened. Now, these preliminary findings, drawn from thousands of pages of documents, nearly 24 transcribed interviews with state and local officials, a series of both classified and non-classified briefings from senior officials at the Secret Service and the FBI. Now, the report breaks very little new ground as the failed Secret Service response has been already documented by an independent commission, an interim Senate report, as well as a congressional testimony and news media investigations. The House report, pretty much like all the others before it, did not identify specific individuals who may be to blame, though. The Associated Press had previously reported at least 5 Secret Service agents had been placed on modified duty. Of course, the director of the Secret Service at the time, Kimberly Cheadle, who resigned shortly after the shooting, saying she took responsibility for the lapse. But this particular committee is 7 Republicans, 6 Democrats, that showcased some of the findings, the report's findings, during a public hearing last month. Now, they say they plan to issue a final report including recommendations to avoid future assassination attempts by somewhere maybe mid-December. Now, this same task force has now already begun investigating the second assassination attempt on Trump, where the guy was camped outside the golf course there, of course, in southern Florida. And in particular, how that individual knew that Trump may be at the golf course on that particular day. 844-844-3388.
From Feature Story News in the UK, I'm John Beaver. Around 1,100 prisoners are due to be freed early from jails in England and Wales today. It's part of efforts to ease prison overcrowding and follows the release of nearly 2,000 prisoners in September. In a bid to find a long-term solution, the UK government is launching a sentencing review that will explore tougher punishments outside of prison while making sure there's space to incarcerate the most dangerous offenders. Lord Timpson, Minister of State for Prisons, told the Prison Governors Association conference that they were trying to repair the damage done by the previous government.
It hasn't been easy trying to rehabilitate offenders in a system teetering on the edge of disaster. A system that, when we came into government, has been run at 99% capacity for months. None of this is your doing. In fact, the PGA has been sounding the alarm bell loud and clear.
India and China have agreed on a border pact that will see both sides coordinating their patrolling routines to try and avoid any escalation in tensions. The move is being hailed as a significant step towards restoring normal bilateral relations after the two sides were involved in a melee in 2020. Ishan Girg has more from New Delhi.
Reports say the border pact gives patrolling rights to both armies in two contested areas. It's expected to restore some goodwill between the two armies. Much of the India-China border is not demarcated, and that has led to border disputes in many areas in the Himalayan region. It's also expected that the two sides will eventually scale down their military presence in the disputed region. The development comes just a day before Prime Minister Narendra Modi's visit to Russia for the BRICS summit, where he is expected to meet President Xi Jinping. And now analysts say there's every possibility that relations between the two Asian giants could finally move towards normalization.
New research shows that hundreds more infants have died in the United States than expected since the Supreme Court overturned abortion access in 2022. Since then, more than 20 states have implemented bans or restrictions on the medical procedure. Tony Waterman has more.
Researchers from The Ohio State University found a 7% spike in infant mortality in certain months following the Dobbs decision. In October of 2022 and March and April of 2023, nearly 250 additional deaths were recorded on average per month. The vast majority of the deaths were caused by congenital abnormalities, which previously would have led to abortions. The researchers say their findings could be just the tip of the iceberg, since more states have implemented restrictions in the months after their study ended.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference, and why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
I got a recall hundreds of thousands of Bendix electronic control units that were sold to two truck manufacturers being recalled, potentially triggering a large vehicle recall. According to the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Bendix is recalling more than 400,000 EC80 advanced ECUs. Electronic noise and low signal to the power line carrier may cause the ECU to incorrectly process commands or actually stop working. Now, how significant is that? Electronic control units control several safety systems, including automatic traction control, anti-lock braking, electronic stability control, active cruise control, and collision mitigation. Consequently, issues with the Bendix ECU can cause those systems to lose all functionality, obviously increasing the chances of a crash. Now, they do say the recall documents characterize this possibility as very rare. There is a way that owners of affected trucks can determine whether your particular Bendix ECU is compromised. The ABS warning lamp will be illuminated when the ABS fault is detected or when the ABS stops operating. Safety report, the recall report, indicates that Navistar and Volvo Trucks North America were sold the defective Bendix ECUs for possible use or installation. It is not known which truck models are equipped with the ECUs or how many of them were sold to each manufacturer. We're just kind of awaiting now. Navistar and Volvo may issue a recall of affected trucks in the coming weeks if necessary. They do say defective ECUs were installed in towing vehicles. Bendix's ECUs use a power line carrier, a network that allows a tractor and trailer to communicate through a signal on the electrical connection between the two. Signal failure is more likely on trucks that tow more than one trailer than on those that pull only one trailer. They're telling us Bendix will reprogram ECUs for free with software that does not include the defect. Notifications to the truck manufacturers that were sold the defective ECUs will be sent on December 1. That's one we'll watch, and we'll pass it on when the time comes. All right, I mentioned somebody, I saw a headline, Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? Thought it was just kind of a play on words from the game show, but the photograph was with Elon Musk. Elon Musk making waves on the campaign trail in support of Donald Trump's re-election bid, including offering $1 million a day to swing state voters who sign his Political Action Committee's petition backing the Constitution. Roki sent me that message earlier. I had not seen that. Every day from now through November 5 at America PAC, PAC, we'll be giving away $1 million to someone in swing states who signed our petition to support free speech and the right to bear arms. We want to make sure everyone in swing states hears about this, and I suspect this will ensure they do. Musk, I guess, posted that on X early Sunday morning. It was the previous night, Saturday night, Musk granted a $1 million sum to a Pennsylvania man named John Dreher during an event there in Harrisburg, PA. The only thing we ask for the $1 million is that you be a spokesperson for the petition, and that's it, really. Musk, speaking at the rally as Dreher, explained he had no idea he was selected. Fox News examined the legality surrounding this initiative and found that it is legal, kind of a gray zone that's open to interpretation. Also finding similar Democrat initiatives in the Keystone State and nationally. Under federal law, it is a crime to pay someone to register to vote. However, Musk's giveaway is not enticing voters to register, but rather to sign a petition. The rules surrounding the $1 million award include that voters sign his PAC petition, which backs the First and Second Amendments of the U.S. Constitution. The initiative outlines that it only applies to registered voters in the battleground states of Pennsylvania, Georgia, Nevada, Arizona, Wisconsin, and North Carolina, implying that non-registered voters do not qualify for the program. The First and Second Amendments guarantee freedom of speech and the right to bear arms. By signing below, I am pledging my support for the First and Second Amendments. That's what the petition reads. The PAC website kind of details that a petition signer in the Pittsburgh area will be awarded the sum for October 20th, and another signer from Pennsylvania at large will be awarded that sum, $1 million, today. Or that was yesterday, the 21st. Today, October 22nd through November 5th, each day, one petition signer from either of those states will earn $1 million. Now, they detail which states are considered battlegrounds: PA, Georgia, Nevada, Arizona, Michigan, Wisconsin, North Carolina. The petition does not require a resident to register to vote to sign the petition, only prompting users to answer whether they are registered voters or not. Washington Post detailed in a piece earlier this month entitled "Massive Influx of Shadowy Get-Out-the-Vote Spending Floods Swing States." A nonprofit in Philadelphia was sending more than 100,000 comic books to voters under the age of 32 in that area to increase voter turnout for Kamala Harris. That outlet explained that the nonprofit also has tried to juice voting with $1,000 Target gift cards, $2,000 rent checks, $10,000 grants to community groups this cycle. There is a youth-focused nonprofit known as the Civic Center running a similar promotion for high schoolers. $150 gift cards to students who help ready their schools for high school voter registration week. The $1 million a day giveaway amid a close, highly anticipated election, spurring some criticism and some legal concerns from Democrats, including Pennsylvania's Governor Josh Shapiro, who previously served as the state's attorney general, who says, "I think there are real questions with how he's spending money in this race, how the dark money is flowing not just into Pennsylvania, but apparently now into the pockets of Pennsylvanians. That is deeply concerning," he says. Now, he went on to say, look, Musk obviously has a right to be able to express his views, and he's made very clear that he supports Donald Trump, and we have a difference of opinion. I do not deny him that right, but when you start flowing money, this kind of money, into politics, I think it raises serious questions that folks may want to take a look at. I think I would just take a look at how much money Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro has taken from various PACs and individuals to support his own campaigns. That's the name of the game in politics. Haven't we said forever and a day, whoever has the biggest war chest tends to win. It's all about money. Billions of dollars being spent on this election cycle. Now, they asked him the question, Josh Shapiro, do you think it might not be legal to do this, yes or no? To which he said, I think it's something law enforcement can take a look at. Elon brushed off any concerns on X concerning that he would say such a thing. It is 844-3388. There is the Knuckle Buster. Good morning.
Good morning again, Mr. Steve Summers. Well, I volunteer Steve Summers and Knuckle Buster to receive $1 million apiece. I can guarantee you our wallets are empty right now, right?
Especially after my last 10 days.
I know that's right there. Well, you didn't get no black eye checking out them scantily clad senoritas, did you?
I didn't get a black eye, but Sarah, no joke. I mean, we got to Bon Air, and we had rented a canopy thing there, and the wife and I were walking side by side out to the canopy, and there were. I'm telling you, Knucklebuster, these had to be the hottest, the number 10 in the most scantily clad bathing suits I've ever seen. And we got over to the canopy, and she said, I saw you checking them out.
Oh, they look better than Elizabeth Hurley.
They might have been, yeah.
Yeah, man. All right. That's a
pretty
good
good.
deal then. I noticed I didn't receive any text pictures from you this past week either, so you probably didn't have no cell service on that boat.
No.
Anyway,
nope.
No, yep, I know that's right. Well, I'm going to tell you people, if you've never been on a cruise, you've got to go on a cruise, without a doubt. That is one of the bucket list things you need to do there. I haven't heard Brother Rambler in there this morning. I might have missed quite a bit of it there. But anyway, I saw this on TikTok, and it made me think of him. Heaven has strict immigration laws. Hell has open borders. So he might want to preach a sermon on that. You never know there. Steve, you ever been to a church that handles snakes?
That I have not. I have no desire to do so.
Well, go, but sit on the back row. And it'll be just like a cruise. It's a bucket list thing. So, anyway, man, you've had a good show, what I've been listening there. So, glad to have you back. Have a safe day there, and we'll talk to you in the morning there, brother. I'm on my way to Miami. I'll be singing that Keith Whitley song, Miami, Miami.
There you go.
I won't do it on the air tonight, though.
Well, we appreciate that, Knucklebuster. Yeah, so as far as cell service is concerned, there were a handful in our group that you can pay for a plan. Like some people, you can have international calling if you got like an international calling plan. Yeah, I didn't think it was necessary to sign up for an international calling plan for 10 days out of the year, or 8 days, I guess, technically at sea. And what they have is, it's the Carnival Hub app, as they call it. So you put your smartphone in airplane mode with that particular app downloaded, and you can send messages, like text messages, to everyone, whoever accepts you in your group, so you can communicate while you're on the ship. So we did that, and we all have our phones in airplane mode. You cannot make outside calls or receive incoming calls. Now, we got down to Saturday, where we were supposed to have a cocktail party, 1 hour with everybody in our group. And during that cocktail party, my plan was to explain to all of our, especially the first timers, the timing of how to get off the ship and where the buses, or what time our charter buses were going to be there. But we didn't know. So we get to, like 1 or 2 o'clock in the afternoon. My wife had been trying to send like a text to our travel agent, because a text was much more affordable. I said, honey, you're going to have to take it out. We got to call her. We got to call Stephanie. And however long the phone call was, wife got the notification. It was just a few minutes. But she gets the message from T-Mobile. You have used international calling a balance of $65. One call. Which I don't know, maybe 10 minutes or something. So I'm guessing it was like $6 a minute for that international call. Well, we found out what time the buses would be there. Had no idea where they'd be parked, but we knew that the buses would be there at 10 a.m. on Sunday morning. Live and learn, right? It's 844-844-3388.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team, drivers, and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
the purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injector systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, Fast Fuel Systems can triple the life of your injector systems while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
Yeah, a little update from OOIDA, where they're pretty much trying to say, put your money where your mouth is, to one particular Republican representative, and that is their representative, based there in Missouri. Of course, OOIDA represents 150,000 truck drivers around the country, doing what they can to make trucking a safer, more sustainable career, stating that the policies we promote benefit countless more men and women in our state who drive truck. That includes eliminating the 1930s federal exemption that treats truckers differently from other blue-collar occupations by denying you guaranteed overtime pay. You know that. Under federal law, most employees get overtime for 40 hours of work per week. Now, despite working often 60 to 70 hours, truckers are denied that compensation because Congress hasn't changed the law. Failing to compensate truckers for all this time is a contributor to the high driver turnover rates, with some of the large motor carriers exceeding 100% turnover annually, which means new, less experienced drivers continue to hit the road every single day. Now, they point out we've struggled to find Republicans to support our legislation. To which I would, why is that? Our legislation to eliminate this outdated exemption for overtime. Apparently, few want to upset the corporate motor carriers who contribute generously to their re-election campaigns. Corporate carriers have discovered keeping labor costs as low as possible helps to maximize their profits. They lobby elected officials to keep the exemption in place because it's good for their bottom line and for the shareholders' bottom line. Yeah, Republicans, for the most part, have largely sided with the big carriers over the drivers in the right for fair pay. Going all the way back to November of 22, and I'll be honest, I'll call it out. I mean, I am a staunch Republican supporter, but if you can't get on the right page, I'll call them out, which is exactly what OOIDA does. Josh Hawley of Missouri, the Washington Post ran a piece about the need for the Republican Party to prioritize the blue-collar workers. You have to offer good jobs, good lives, not just higher stock prices for Wall Street. You place working Americans and take them as they are rather than treating them as resources to be exploited or engineered away. At that point, we set to trying to convince our senator, that's Josh Hawley, to help us eliminate the federal government's unfair overtime exemption. To us, the proposal seemed right up his alley. But we struggled to get his commitment. September of last year, Senator Hawley joined striking UAW members on the picket line in Wentzville, stating America made these huge corporations what they are. Now they owe some loyalty and basic fairness to the workers. Sounds exactly like trucking. At least that's what we thought. We redoubled our efforts to get him to support the legislation. After all, the UAW strike involved negotiations between two private entities with no direct connection to the federal policy. Unfortunately, after nearly 2 years of advocacy, Senator Hawley remains non-committal. We have not received any substantive response about why he will not step up to the plate. Lastly, maybe it's easier to support workers when there's no direct role for you to play. Maybe it's more appealing to stand by their side when the media is watching. We don't know. We can't get a straight answer. Adding to our confusion, March of this year, Senator Hawley joined a Teamsters picket line in St. Louis and said of those on strike, all they want is a fair wage and equal treatment. All right, and we'll see you back at the midnight hour tonight.
You never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. it's better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.